Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. Africa societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promotes social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all Africa societies to the delight of the people as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concepts of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
ECOWAS orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome on board. It's a rainy Monday morning right here in Edo State, Nigeria. I'm pretty sure it's raining across Nigeria and pretty much in other, interesting parts of the world as well. Interestingly, we are now in that season. Welcome on board. Good to have you join us every single weekday right here on Independent Television. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. There's so much to talk about on the show today, from what went down yesterday in sports down to what is going on in the political terrain right here in Nigeria. The conversation is endless, and we're here to keep you up to speed with all of the single details that you need to know. Hopefully, I have my colleagues join in Abuja and Lagos, Nigeria this morning. Now let's get into what happened yesterday, as the world is currently celebrating, and also here in Nigeria, as Spain have been crowned the champions of the 2026 FIFA World Cup after defeating defending champions Argentina 1-0 after extra time in a thrilling final on Sunday. Now, substitute Ferran Torres emerged as the hero, scoring the decisive goal in the second period of extra time to hand La Roja their second World Cup title, 16 years after their maiden triumph in South Africa in 2010. Now, Argentina goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez produced a series of outstanding saves to keep his side in the contest, but the South American's task became more difficult in stoppage time of the second half when midfielder Enzo Fernandez was sent off after receiving a second yellow card for a reckless challenge on Puyol Cubares. Now, the beautiful part of this interesting, amazing feat by Spain is how social media has been agog with different, there are those who are actually crying and celebrating, while there are those who are saying, oh my God, Leo Messi, what's going on? And yesterday we saw a video where Messi was actually crying at the stadium, which was so emotional. And also the debate between the GOATs, the greatest of all time, who it is between Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, is also on the front pages of the social media, if I'm to put it that way, with a lot of persons saying, oh, my GOAT didn't do this, my GOAT did that. But for me, I'm actually super glad that it actually happened the way it is, because according to some persons and some netizens online, they did say that if Argentina had won and Lionel Messi came through, perhaps we wouldn't have had a good night rest yesterday. Right here in Nigeria and also globally as well. So, but at the end of the day, shout out to Ronaldo, shout out to Lionel Messi. They are both amazing in their own different ways. Hopefully on the show this morning, we'll talk some more about it. But congratulations to the reigning champion of Spain. I think I'm going to give myself a Spanish name moving forward. Now, back here in Nigeria, the Director General of the National Emergency Management Agency, Zubadia Umar, has urged residents of flood-prone communities across the country to heed early warning alerts and relocate to safer locations as the rainy season intensifies. Umar advised in a statement issued by the agency's press unit on Saturday, warned that a current period of heightened rainfall requires communities at risk to take proactive steps to protect lives and property. According to the statement, the NEMA boss said a period of increased rainfall calls for the activation of community-level flood mitigation measures to reduce the impact of flooding. She actually urged residents to heed early warning information issued by relevant government agencies and relocate to higher ground whenever there is a threat of flooding. And interestingly, I feel this is a conversation we should have right now in Nigeria, especially with the rain pouring in. I mean, it was really, really quite intensified. I'm pretty sure it's still raining at this point right here in Edo State. And it says, boils down to the conversation about being proactive and having a reactive government. Over the past few days and the past few weeks, we've seen what has been playing down in Lagos State, Nigeria, in the so-called, high-class places like the Lekki and the likes. We've seen how flood has actually devastated some communities, their houses, businesses. The list actually is endless. And you beg the question of why we have to go through this every single time right here in Nigeria. It's not a situation of something just happening for the first time. Now, this occurrence happens every single time. Now, I'm actually talking about the one with Lagos, Nigeria, where that particular, community that say that it's always happening year in, year out. Well, what is the state government doing about it, the federal government? And also you as an individual, you also have your own role to play. A situation where you dump refuge at the drainage system, the drainage system currently blocked, it's really not ideal. And at the end of the day, every single one of us would go through the same, pain, struggle, suffering when the rain come upon us, and as we're currently experiencing right here in Nigeria. Let's just hope that we have, better output, better communication strategies, better things being done, moving forward in the country. Now I get details that we have our Lagos studio up and running at this point. Now we'll move over to Lagos and welcome on board Mercelina. Good morning, Mercy. How are you? How was your weekend? And I'm pretty sure you actually did watch the sports yesterday.
It was good. I'm good. Good morning to you, Anu. I watched the ball yesterday, even though my favorites didn't win, but I mean, Spain, kudos to them, congratulations to them, but I would have loved my goats to win. But at the same time, congratulations to Spain. They're doing good.
Okay, amazing. Right now, it's the Trails of Goats conversation we're having. Well, As I did say the other time, I'm glad both of the goats did not get whatever this time around. You know, it actually gives a different dynamic to the whole conversation and football in the world. Now, moving over to Abuja, Nigeria. Good morning. Welcome on board. How was your weekend? And I'd love you to also weigh in on the conversation we've had so far.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Good morning, Nigerians. Welcome to this one, ITV. Of course, yesterday was one very terrific action game with Spain and Argentina. I mean, 120 minutes of supersonic, activities. Of course, whenever you have such an encounter, one definitely must emerge victorious, and then the other will just come behind. And seeing that at exactly 106 minutes of the game, Spain took the lead with that supersonic goal. And of course, they are now the champions of the world until another tournament, which of course will be in 4 years. Who knows? They can either retain or another country can come and sweep it away.
Absolutely. Now, so we're still on the football conversation. Joseph Kadri and Marcelina, I'm looking forward to a situation or a time where Africa would, once again be the world champion. Would you think that would ever happen anytime soon? Let me get your take on this, Mercy, before I move over to Joseph.
I hope so. At the same time, yesterday during the finals, I was just hoping if it was Nigeria. Most times, I'm not really a football person here, but if it's involved Africa, if it's involved Nigeria, or if it's involved my team, I'm very interested. But yeah, I hope so too, that Africa, Nigeria in particular, win the World Cup one day. And anything can happen. I know some persons might be thinking, oh, how is it going to happen? But anything can happen at the same time. I just hope we are qualified next season, and we pray and hope something good happens.
Absolutely. Pray and hope. That's all we have at this point right here in Nigeria. Back to you, Joseph. Even though there are those who actually would say never in the game and in the world of sports, but at the end of the day, shout out to Morocco, who did absolutely well, trying to represent Africa on the global scape. But then again, we saw a comment made by one of the officials where they did say that they are not playing for Africa, they are playing for Morocco. And after that statement was made, we saw what happened and they got out of the tournament. Joseph.
Yeah, nearly can never kill a bird. And when it comes to that tournament, the World Cup, as far as I know, African countries have never been close to even the quarterfinals. So we have so much to put in order to get to that level, and of course to get the cup. There's so much to do within the African Union, within the CAF, and within of course, those football lovers in Africa. Funny enough, when you look at those that are, grabbing the cups, you discover that so many players within that country are even blacks, even Spain. We've seen many blacks among the teammates. So I think it's about management. If African countries, Africa Football Association can put their houses together, I'm sure we can, but, well, let's not just be pessimistic, but we can.
Absolutely, yes we can. Now I also highlighted the issue regarding flooding and NEMA issuing out warnings to residents in different communities, especially the flood-prone communities right here in Nigeria. And also we're aware that it's currently the raining season and how it has been impacting persons and livelihoods, businesses in the country. I'd love to get your take on it, Marcelina. Of course, we've seen videos online and offline of what really is going on when it comes to flooding in some parts of Lagos State. Mercy.
I feel at this point, we as individuals, Nigerians, we need to take responsibilities. When I mean take responsibilities, you need to know the right thing and do the right thing. I saw a video of a security man, in an estate. I think it's the security man in that particular house, brought out the death and was, trashing it inside the gutter. And all those things are what is affecting, now we are the ones suffering it. We do these things and we suffer it. We know the right thing. Why not do the right thing? Why wait, for imagine that day when I saw that I was doing it and stood there and was actually recording him without him knowing. I feel we Nigerians, we need to be patriotic. We need to know the right thing to do and do the right thing. If you block drainages, it's going to affect everyone. And with the past few days with the flood, especially in Lagos and other states, but especially in Lagos because I'm in Lagos, I've seen what flood has done to different people, destroy lives, destroy properties, and all of that. If we keep doing this, if we do not do the right thing, we will be the one to suffer. And I just feel everyone at this point needs to do the right thing.
We need to do the right thing and also take decisive action. Shout out to Commissioner Tokubo Wahab for arresting that particular man. Now back to you, Joseph. Talk about the role the government has to play in all of this and how it's like in Abuja.
At every beginning of the year, between March and April, I stand to be corrected, we see NIMET, coming out with seasonal rain prediction, which most time gives Nigerians the pattern of the rain, the amount that will be expected, and what the sea level will look like. And most time they also come out with a number of states that may be prone to flooding. And each time these warnings come out, we don't take proactive step towards it. So one, the blame is not on government, it's on everyone, because there are waterways or flood prone areas. Those areas are not supposed to be having residential buildings, but what do we see? Because of the growth in population, people want to stay close to the city, and as a result of that, you see them building in waterways, including the FCT, because you want to be close to the city. But at the end of the day, when the rains come and the water level increases, it goes to find its way out. And if your structure is on its way, you now see NEMA running from pillar to post to provide some kind of relief to those that are affected or victims. So it's both government and citizens. We should know what to do. If the predictions come, the government should be able to be proactive enough to remove those that are on waterways, and citizens also should be able to steer clear from building on those areas that may turn them into refugees even within the city. So it's a business of everyone.
Okay, now over to you, Mercy. What are we getting from your end today? And then Joseph takes over.
Okay, we're going to be looking at federal government to introduce a shared prosperity scorecard to measure impacts of economic reform. During a Business Day conference in Lagos, the chairman of the Presidential Committee Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, Tadeli, says the federal government will begin tracking whether its economic reforms, are actually improving the lives of Nigerians. And they're going to, by doing this, they'll be introducing a shared prosperity scorecard. So with its help, track if the economic reform are actually improving the life, especially after removing subsidy and all of that. If this money actually getting to the ordinary Nigerians, because they said it is getting to Nigerians, but we still see that a lot of Nigerians they're still suffering out there, food scarcity and all of that. So basically from Lagos, that is what we'll be talking about today.
Right, Joseph.
All right, recently the Federal High Court gave a final forfeiture order on 48 out of the 57 properties, of course, owned by the former Attorney General Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN. And one wonder, these properties were obtained or gotten during the days of Buhari, and many Buharists will say that a man who is known for zero corruption zero tolerance for corruption, how come one of his chieftain, I mean, one of his cabinet members who served for 8 years, so trusted, a man who, I mean, we record has it that he was able to save Nigeria several millions of dollars, including the P&ID, you know, botch contract, where he and other ministers went to that hearing in London, and they were able to come back with success. How come while he was doing that, he was also, you know, taking care of himself, amassing wealth, amassing property that he cannot explain? So this is what we will be looking at the course of the discussion later on.
Interesting conversation. I'm sure we're looking forward to it. The tale of politicians right here in Nigeria. Now, if I give you a clue of what we're talking about today in Edo State, Nigeria, let me quickly welcome on board Sunny Duke Okosu. Good morning. Good to have you. How's the rain treating you today?
Not fair at all. Not fair at all.
Tell me about
I mean,
this.
you know how it is
Right,
when
I
it
had to
rains.
struggle out of the bed this morning.
Oh my
really.
word. If it was just all of that alone, I sure would have been okay. But driving, I mean, you leave your house very early and then you're looking forward to a great day. Here you are with flood. That's not just the problem alone. Then you have trucks lined up, all stocked. And then you're thinking of which way to go. Should I take the left? Should I take the right? If you're not careful, your car will probably, you know, fall into a ditch and flood and all. So that's the crazy part of the rainy season. It's supposed to be a blessing. It is a blessing.
It is.
But when the infrastructures are not there to remove this flood water anytime it rains heavily, there's always a problem. You know, in the last 24 hours, it's been raining cats and dogs, or even 48 hours, it's been raining cats and dogs in Benin. So it's a blessing, but we just keep coping. So if you are coming towards the Ugbo axis of town, maybe you're going to Lagos, I would advise that you do a detour, maybe take through Medical Stores Road, you know, and reconnect the Ugbo Lagos, because there's serious traffic at Tomline axis here.
Oh my goodness. Now, I know you're a football lover, right? As a
Oh my
word! You know, sports show.
Oh my word! Oh
So
my
what do you
word!
make out of these, you know, the World Cup finals that we had yesterday with Spain clinching? Do you have a favorite between Ronaldo
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
Messi?
No, well, leave that first.
No,
Leave
I
that.
want to know
No,
who
leave
you
that.
would
Why I will
support.
leave that part because Ronaldo
Yeah.
and Messi. Okay, Ronaldo wasn't at the final; it was just
wasn't,
Messi. So
yes.
I think my favorite will come from the teams. My
Okay.
favorite right from the word go was Spain.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I love their brand of football. I mean, football is supposed to be entertaining, even though it's also a competition. Let me feel the vibe. Let me feel the energy. Let me feel the tactics. Let me see the game. The beautiful, that's why it is called the beautiful game of football.
So are you saying Argentina, Lionel Messi haven't been doing that?
Well, he hasn't, because from the match they played against Egypt, I mean, you see all the dirty football that they played that saw the exit of Egypt. You saw that the coach of Egypt was doing something like this, which means Risha or what have you and all of those things in football. And Egypt led that game 2-0. And from nowhere, Argentina came back, equalized and won it. Against England, it was still the same dirty football they brought on board. In fact, Spence, one of the defenders of England, had his ankle stepped on by Lionel Messi.
Oh.
The referee didn't do anything about it. That's just one of several infringements on the field of play. Explain to me, they got a red card yesterday. Why? Because they still brought that their dirty brand of football to the final. And unfortunately, they met a highly skillful, technical, sound team like Spain that will hold the ball, play the ball, and then, of course, overwhelm you. And they just stressed that they were looking for penalty kicks.
Yeah.
Because, you know, last time Spain got edged out, you know, via penalties. But it didn't happen. And I think when the best team wins in a final like this, you're just happy. The third place playoff, France and England, the best team also won. And that was the goal feast, right? And that's just the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah, and when you now come to the field of play, you don't want to play football. You sit back in your defense. doing occasional attacks, doing all kind of dirty tricks on the field of play, trying to intimidate your opponent, intimidate the referees, intimidate everybody, intimidate even the fans at home.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's not fair. That's not fair.
I just see the excitement all over you. But also
Yeah.
talk about this guy. I'm trying to recall his name. Trending on social media, he has been trending a picture of him and Lionel Messi when he was much younger. Yesterday he
I'm sure that's an AI generated picture, because
Right.
it was, yeah, because Messi was in Barcelona in Spain, and you know, all the time he was there, he won a lot of laurels and all of that. Yamal came, Lamine Yamal came, a teenager, just 19 years old. I think one of the two youngest players, you know, that took place in this tour. One of them, again, you saw how good the Spanish team is. Pau Kubasi, young guy, 19, got the best, young player award in the tournament. I looked at the guy, young, smallest and all of that, but when he has the ball, he does magic with it. Okay. And so I think those who created that were just trying to ridicule Yamal, to say, look, this guy is your grandfather. And that's true, because he's almost over 20 years older than Lamine Yamal. But again, this is football. Bring your energy, I bring my energy. Let's see how it goes. Okay. And then congratulations to Spain. No, clap for them.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, because you have a bit of the colors of Spanish national team, what you're wearing. Clap for them. Clap for them. Clap for them. Clap for them.
You know, I actually wanted Spain to actually win. You know, for a lot of Nigerians, they did say that if Mercy had won, if Argentina had won, we wouldn't have slept well last night, because Argentina, Mercy fans would have been all over social media saying, yes, our goal to did it, because there's been this long-term tussle between goal to Ronaldo and goal to Mercy. But anyway, either ways, we're here to, you know, do justice to all of the conversation and more this morning on the table. Now back to our conversation here in Edo State, Nigeria. We're going to turn our attention to look at Broke After Pay. We'll be having the author of Broke After Pay book join us this morning on the show, and also we'll look at politics 2026 and the plight of opposition. Impact of voters' perception. Peter Obi has always been on the front burner, talking, lamenting. In fact, in a recent interview, he said he won the 2023 election, but he's not going to say much. And at the end of the day, 2027 election is between Nigerians and the government. You want to react to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. The interesting thing is that the government of the day has its own flaws and shortcomings, but that is not to say they are not doing anything, or they have not done anything at all. That would not be correct, because when you go around the country, you see some of the things that they are doing. If you use the state governor as a point of contact, let me put it that way. But there's still so much to be done. The
flyover?
Yeah. The flyover is there.
Most popular flyover in Nigeria.
Yeah, I was in Ekpoma over the weekend, and I could see what has been done. I mean, for years, rainy season like this, forget about Ekpoma, forget about Auchi, forget about all of those places, right? But when you go there, you see the quality of job that has been done, how it's impacting, transforming the lives of the people. That's on the one hand. But you look at, we went to Sapele over the weekend, right? And you see that stretch of road. Work is also being done. But is it good enough? Not good enough, but it can be better. And I believe that as we make progress, you know, many of these things, you know, will be done properly, and then we can have it better. And then again, the other day I traveled to Lagos by road, and there's some portions of that Lagos road axis from Benin to Lagos that were unmotorable, unpassable. You can also see the impact. Infrastructurally, a lot is being done. And people can argue about that and all of that, but the facts speaks for themselves. Ipso liquito, that's what the lawyers say. Well, you're not one, so you probably won't understand that. Anyway, that's the lighter side.
Oh dear, oh my God.
So basically, areas that needs urgent attention. The hunger in the land is biting harder. No matter how you try to paint pictures with your statistics, your data analysis of the economy, use all of those highfalutin words to describe them, it won't make any meaning to anyone who has not eaten for the last 3 days, 1 week. Right. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sure. And so these are some of the things that, and then again, the country is blessed with abundance of resources. But these resources, I mean, I heard you guys talking about the PIB scandal, how things were done just to recover. You know, in Nigeria, people will be saddled with the responsibility of recovering loot, right? They will re-loot that loot. How do you get to know? When they leave office, somebody else comes on board and tries to investigate them. I mean, look at the case of Malami. Look at the assets that he amassed to himself and all that. So it's crazy. And I think it's really, I mean, in a democracy, the responsibility and the onus is on the electorate to decide who governs them. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take a short break now. And when we return, we'll move over to look at the pages of the newspaper. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV. Now the national dailies are before us today, and we have different newspapers for review. The Guardian newspaper, the Punch newspaper, Nature News, and a whole lot more. But we'll start off with the Guardian newspaper, and the major headline actually says, battle for excess liquidity, DMO, Dangote mobilized 11 trillion naira in 6 months as real sector struggles. And interestingly, on the front page of The Guardian, we have the picture of the reigning world champion, Spain, right there, jubilating and celebrating from yesterday's victory at the World Cup tournament. ICPC secures for future of 941.9 million naira from IPPIS, ghost workers on page 4. Sarab urges National Assembly to withdraw social media shutdown bill, still on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. SAN false poll as Badejo Okonsaya emerges 33rd NBA president, a woman, doing the Lord's work on page 4. Yesterday, interestingly, was Obi's birthday. He celebrated his 65th birthday with 10 million naira Anambra Hospital donation on page 7. Parties begin candidate upload, express confidence ahead of INEC deadline on page 6. Away from that, in business news, coking gas import surged by 1,400% as petrol supply dips by 22% on page 3. Well, still on page 3 of The Guardian this morning, federal government targets 729 billion naira second tranche bond to clear Genco's legacy debts. Nigeria losing over 862 billion naira yearly as MDAs, that's the ministries, departments, and agencies, exceed 900, says Uye. We're still on page 3 of The Guardian. And I think that's all The Guardian have for us this morning.
Okay, let's step up and look at what we have from the Blue. Okay, we're talking about the Punch newspaper now as our next port of call. And on the Punch, it says, marketers halt Dangote fuel loading. FG steps in. This is as a result of dollar sale row. Define that story as the major headline there. On page 7, you have price uncertainty triggered Dangote fuel loading suspension. It's coming from marketers. Refinery projects claims of loading shut down. Refinery rejects claims of loading shutdown, and FG open talks with Dangote as FCCPC insists on Naira payments. You want more of those stories? Get a copy of the Punch newspaper. Take a look at page 7. And then we move to page 7 as well. We have this story. Terror mole alert. Opposition slams FG, demands arrests. And on page 21, businesses expect CBN to hold rates as MPC meets today. States pocket 2.37 trillion naira VAT under new tax regime. And then fake agency scandal. Abbas unveils probe panel today. You find that on page 8. And can we give you more? Yes, of course. The big picture there is the champions of the world, the numero uno, talking about Espanyol beating Argentina 1-0 yesterday. And so we have World Cup, no Messi for Messi.
Oh my God.
As Spain seal second title. More of these stories if you get a copy of the Punch newspaper.
I think the editor there, whoever did that, is not a fan of Messi. Imagine that, no Messi.
I think maybe our sports guys will look at that today. Take a look at the national dailies, especially the ones that reported on the World Cup, how they captioned the headline.
Oh my goodness. Well, for Daily Sun newspaper, as we turn our attention there, it says Super Champs, Super Spain. Amazing. That's like SCSS.
Absolutely.
Away from that, bank keeps 4.54 trillion naira with CBN as cash piles up in financial system. And business news on page 2. E-invoicing, NRS issues a deadline for compliance on page 25. Troops foil ISWAP abduction attempt in Borno school amidst rescue of 46. On page 4 and 5 of the Daily Sun, you stay acquainted with that. And the bold headline this morning on the Daily Sun newspaper says, reasons we are prioritizing state police. Who's speaking? The senators. Subwriter says dispels fears about it. Governors have crippled local government. He was speaking, ex-council chairman on page 8. Nigeria losing over 862 billion naira annually to proliferation of MDAs, says ex-NACC-IMA boss.
Nasima boss, right?
Nasima boss, right. Thank you. Away from that, finally, it says LASU Prof. Ikani delivers NGE organized 4th Jakande lecture on Thursday in Lagos. Well, that's all the Daily Sun have for us.
So we'll take our attention now to the Daily Times. Of course, you have the big picture there coming in from the World Cup final that took place yesterday. And what's the storyline? Yeah, I'm sure you want to know, but you need to get a copy of the Daily Times. But the major headline there says, exclusive, privatization failed because the private sector didn't invest. It's coming from Professor Sambo. Says lack of political will, not politics behind Nigeria's power crisis. Okay, big story there. And then Spain crowned World Cup champions as Ferran Torres sinks 10-man Argentina in extra time. And then, of course, you have CBN faces tough rate call as inflation risks persist. That's still on the Daily Times. More for you on the Daily Times. Serap Tunas. Serap Tunas, you also find that story on the top corner of the Daily Times. That's how we have in the Daily Times newspaper.
Okay, well, the Blueprints newspaper is up next. We turn our attention over to the Blueprint newspaper, leading with insecurity. It says 7 Pakistani nationals nabbed in Benue, 6 bandits killed in raids. Some writer says troops rescue 7 kidnapped victims, arrest 4 ISWAP suspects. Away from that, federal government approval of Plateau Taraba Highway will transform economy. Who was speaking? Caleb Muftuang, the governor, right there, has that to say. Away from that, okay, Badejo Okwonsaya emerges second female NBA president 35 years after, pledges to lead with integrity. Nigeria's non-interest finance industry climbs to 5.77 trillion naira in 2025 on page 21, according to a report. Kidnappers free drivers, cops demand 30 million naira for 2 others. Away from that, Tinubu commenced his re-election campaign the day he was sworn in. The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, speaking right there. NDLEA intercepts 1.63 million Kano-bound tramadol pills, arrest 80-year-old suspect on page 15. And finally, on the front page of the Blueprint this morning, in sports, Spain dethrones Argentina as world champions. Sonny Duke, I want us to react to this insecurity situation. Whilst we're grappling with it, we're seeing that foreigners, right, are coming in to do wonders here, because it says the 7 Pakistani nationals nabbed in Benue. How do we, nip all of this to the board?
Yeah, it's a reality, and it's been on for a long time. Those in the security circles, they know it. You saw a recent attempted attack on a military base, I think is in Borno State. The pictures that were posted online, you could see some of the foreigners that were even arrested, and in the video recordings and all of that. So the level of the insecurity that we're seeing in this country means there's a foreign collaboration that has been going on, particularly amongst the terrorists, amongst the bandits. They get their trainings, they get their logistic supports, they get their financing and all of that. So it's really not new. But what we have today is that it's beginning to take a front burner, attracting a lot of attention. That's why the state police bill needs to be passed. I'm very happy with the comments coming from the Senate and even the House of Representatives. They say, oh, they will abuse it. Governors, let's have it first. If we don't have it, we won't know to the extent to which all of these shortcomings will be there. And then it can be refined to make it more effective to meet the local needs. I mean, police security or insecurity is local. And so if you create an organic strategy like state police to deal with it, I'm sure it will go a long way to having it being a thing of the past. So we'll look at the Nigerian Tribune, an export of coal. It says, Tinubu will beat Atiku Southern Coalition, APC boasts. Now that's on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. And then says, President's votes can't be splintered in the South. Atiku Amechi ticket will unseat Tinubu Shettima. This is coming from ADC. So the campaign is on the front burner. Word of words coming forth. Yeah, so we have, what more can we bring you? Concern over 207% surge in petrol imports amid local production. Page 6, Nigeria Revenue Service sets July 31 deadline for taxpayers to adopt e-invoicing system. On page 5, Onyikansola Badejo Kunsanya emerges NBA president, becomes second female president. So let's put our hands to for the women out there.
Correct.
Page 25 is that story. And then we have more stories for you. Okay, on Nigerian Tribune. Reps panel to consider Tinubu State Police Bill today. Page 27, how Oyetola APC members frustrated Adeleke from joining APC, according to campaign organization. Troops foil attempted mass abduction in Borno, rescue 46 students. And why 79% of Nigerians remain poor despite reforms palliatives. It's coming from an expert. That should concern you. Right. Fresh concerns over increasing political activities, inflation as economy enters H2. And then reps flag of probe of PFIPC, that is the award-winning Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council scandal. NLC 6 full probe. You find the stories on page 29, page 22. But the interesting thing is that those who are going to be probing in one way may be indicted because the this agency has a line budget in the budget that was passed. So didn't they do their oversight function? Did they do all this analysis before they passed that? So it's a whole lot coming from this probe. So let's it's a wait and see game.
Absolutely. You know what I think? I think it's just going to die down like every other, you know, interesting conversation or controversial conversation that we've had in Nigeria, where after the whole buzz online and on the mainstream media, everything will just die down and we'll not get to hear, you know, the aftermath of this. And we need to hear it, especially as Nigerians living in Nigeria, holding our leaders accountable. Now, we turn our attention over to the New Telegraph newspaper, and it says federal government to raise another 729 billion naira bond to clear Genco's legacy debt. Subbrother says 501 billion naira bond issued in January 2026. Presidency, Tinubu, Obi, Atiku lead as candidates. Scramble for Southeast votes. Well, I think that's all we have this morning on the front pages of the newspaper for Sunny.
Yeah, fantastic storyline. Looking at what government is doing just to ensure that things get better. But let's go straight to our conversation segment. Our guest already online with us to drive the discussion further. We'd like to thank Israel Oreka, is the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy. Israel, thank you for joining us on the program TMI.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, colleagues on United.
Thank you. And then we also have Dr. Austin Aigbe is joining us virtually from Abuja. Dr. Austin Aigbe, thank you for joining us on the program. Okay, he will reconnect with us. But let me start off with you, Israel. The interesting part of the journey to 2027, we're beginning to see campaigns take the front burner, particularly between the APC and the ADC. What do you make of this raging storm of one party just emerging in the contest, ultimately because of the back and forth litigations and judgments and counter judgments coming forth for most of the political parties? What do you make of this?
The game is on. It's going to be survival of the fittest. Every strategy you have, any strength you have, you're going to use it to ensure you emerge as a winner. So that is what you are seeing playing. Is power play, power pull, politics at the center, politics at the people, politics that people are playing wants to win. So both opposition and the incumbent, they are playing the game, just like a game of chess. So everybody is deploying strategy. While some are deploying C-party strategy, others are deploying whatever means they want to see themselves in power. But so far in the landscape of the political analysis for Nigeria right now, I think the race is on. I think there's something new. Same strategy they are deploying, using the federal will use its own might as well, use its tools, use its resources. While opposition, you people shouting, this is how we are victimized. So using legal instruments is also part of the game to ensure that those at the center use what they at their disposal to ensure they emerge as winners. So it's survival of the fittest. I pray whosoever will lead us will be those people who actually have the interest of the people at hand.
Talk to me about the school of thought that the contest is between the people and the ruling party. We heard the opposition say that. Does that, resonate with you in any way?
It's not true. Right now, the people are hungry. The people are tired. The people are frustrated. So we cannot really say it's between the people and those in the center. The people right now wants to eat. So anything that comes at their beck and call, they take. It's so painful that at this period, our current opposition is not using the necessary tools to ensure they actually garner support from the people, because they also are losing the people. Now the people wants to eat. So anybody that can provide their meal this next day, they are in for you. So it's so bad right now that the opposition could not unite themselves to actually put a one front mantra to defeat or to hedge out this current incumbent. But still, the fragmented opposition we have currently now, are unable to put their house in order to work as a single force. It's already a divided house. And usually a divided house, more often than not, don't really stand. So for them, I just appeal they go put their house in order and see how they could have a united front. I'll take your mind back to the election that removed Jonathan the incumbent from power. There were a single file of opposition, and the message was one, change. So right now we are seeing different positions, different camps, divide and rule strategies being going on. So not only did the opposition begin to look at a unified front, defeating this current incumbent who also understand the power of opposition, using both incumbency and using the strength of opposition right now, is going to really be a very tough game. This is my take.
Thank you. Let me get to speak with Dr. Austin Agbe. Dr. Agbe, quickly share your thoughts with me that the biggest challenge in the opposition camp is its fragmentation going into 2027. How true is that?
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, my dope people. Let me begin by actually, maybe not to counter my brother, but to say that in 2023 elections, we had it at a two-horse race. And today we begin to talk about that the election, all the analysis that were done in the 2023 election shows that no single party was going to win on the first ballot, and that the election was going to run into a second leg. And everything was heading towards that trajectory until we saw what happened, the glitches in the online transmission of results, that citizens could no longer have access to results. And if you now follow the data after the election, wherein all the things that we now know about Rivers State and Imo State, if those results are not gone for the ruling party, none of them would have secured the 25% and have the majority of votes across the country, which is the basis, which is our own kind of electoral system. Any candidate that must win, that must be declared president of Nigeria, staying with the presidential candidate now, must win the majority of votes and must have 25% of two-thirds of the states. 25% will mean about 24 states. You must have scored 25% of the total score in each of the states. And if you understand that data, if you are taking away Rivers from the incumbent government and probably Imo from the incumbent government, there will be no way any of them would have secured it. That was the data that went into the election. There was no unification of opposition, and that election went in the way it went. In this election, the conversation around unification of opposition is not as easy as we want to think about it. For instance, while the opposition was trying to unite, we know all that happened. Israel talked about some kind of legal instrument and all that. That was a weakening because the opposition Israel referred to in 2015 that harmonized never had legal instrument against them. So they understand how to work against opposition. Even though the opposition unites today, that we're talking about unification, let all opposition come to one table. It will be so easy for one legal instrument to counter all of them. Is it not better to have them fragmented so that you are going to have too many legal instruments to try to pursue them? But you see, what is happening in our electoral landscape is more of learning from previous elections. There are people now understand there are those who have popped up as presidential candidates who will step down ahead of the election, maybe 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months to election. They will step down. Go and mark that. Go and write it down. They will align with the forces. At the end of the day, it will return to the 3-horse race. Most likely, the 3-horse race. It may not get to the 2-horse race. Even in the 2019 election, there were other political parties on the ballot. It was not just APC as you have it now, which harmonized from the new PDP, CPC, part of ANPP, and all of those, and of course ANC, that harmonized to form the APC. There were not just those on the ballot. There were other political parties on the ballot. I think we have 19 or so political parties on the ballot. So there will always be opposition. Maybe the conversation is to say, let's situate which one is the main opposition. And as we speak, you cannot truly say this is the main opposition, because for ADC, there are people who say that the next presidency should come from the South. So you cannot say that is the main opposition. For the NDC, there are people who say that Peter Obi is always jumping from party to party, that you cannot say that is the main opposition. PDP, that ought to be the main opposition, is no longer in the radar for main opposition. So where do we say is the main opposition? Main opposition party met in Ibadan to try to have a united force. And people queried that assertion of that organizing, that there were some people who were being sponsored by the ruling party. Any attempt to have a unified or unity opposition will not be even in the best interest, I don't want to say in the best interest of Nigerians, because there will always be the divide and rule that my brother mentioned earlier. People are going to mention some nuance into those political organizing to say who is calling it. Is it Atiku? So Atiku wants to take the president to the north, and the incumbent government will use that tactic, which of course you had.
Thank you so much for your amazing submission so far on the conversation. But I'd love to move back to Mr. Israel. In a recent interview currently surfacing on the pages of social media, the Labour presidential candidate, Peter Obi, interestingly, he celebrated his 65th birthday yesterday. He did say something.
That's the NDC presidential candidate.
Now the NDC.
Yeah.
For the 2023, I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, so he actually did say that as regards the 2023 general election, he won the ticket for the presidency. And he actually got a lot of persons, reacting to it online. I'd love to get your take on that. And also, with all of this going on between different opposition parties in Nigeria, what's the impact it's going to have on voters' perception ahead of the election come 2027?
Thank you very much. I think that those songs there, those who are singing it now are very hungry. So getting them to mobilize the way they did in the previous time, I don't think that will happen. Because now the current incumbent will ensure that it preserves the state. So community organizing still be a tool. Because right now, opposition formidable forces have not seen it at the grassroots. Looking at people actually clamoring as it were before, Obi is the one we are going for. Nobody is saying that now. I'm hearing pay money, I vote. So this is the narrative right now that you can hear from the locals, where from I have observed, case in point, this current local government elections I was hearing them shouting. So what are we not saying? The citizens right now are actually looking for alternatives that can actually drive local actions, people from the grassroots. But none of the current candidates are actually pushing for this part. I've not really seen more thicker manifestos around what they would do differently. So getting them to understand what they are coming to do is still very big concern for the populace, the citizens. So I think this time oppositions to begin to look for what we want to do. I think the last interview I had his life is at threat. All these are sympathy stuff. Can we begin to see campaign promises, manifestos that we can track to hold these guys accountable? Our citizens are tired of seeing every new system come with a new problem, because if you look at the kind of situation we are now, compared to the previous administration, it was really not the same, and it's still not the same. So why are people going to be clamoring for anything that we actually take them back? So we want to see how they can really nip this to board. Can we have an opposition that can really deliver the goods for the people? Can we have an opposition that will be citizen-led initiatives, looking at their pains, concerns, and actions that can actually drive this? There is no day now you will not see on the social media young people indulging in vices that are not even stealing just to eat. Sea fowls, sea stock is on the rampage right now. Even steel pepper. So, what is the opposition going to do differently? Can we have these agendas on the table that we can citizens can track? What we are seeing from the two major big forces of the opposition is not really telling the people what they want to hear. So that is one thing that I begin to see as a concern. So Obi's birthday, we wish him well, and we pray all his aspiration comes to pass. But Nigerian politics, I think, is bigger than mere wishes. It has to do with real talk, real campaign, real work at the grassroots. How are you beginning to conscientize the people as that you are a better alternative? We saw the first that first is no longer there. The first action that this opposition will do, where we are not seeing that from the people again. The tension is down. People are hungry, looking for who will just come and service them. And also, voter apathy. The level of participation this time will be low because people are always frustrated that when they vote, they don't see their vote actually reflect their choices. And this is also another point of concern. So how do we begin to push the formidable force? This thing needs a solid force. That's why I said it earlier, that unification of our position this time will drive actions from the ground. Because now we have divided votes. The same thing that happened the other time. If we put both Obi and Atiku's vote in the previous election, they would have been able to secure a win. But since they were divided, and a win never came for them. So, and the same thing is still going to play this time around because they still already a divided strategy. So let's begin to see how best we begin to see how grassroots, local people understand better what their policies and programs are, and let it be like a campaign. Because then, when we were seeing these things, in every street we were seeing posters, banners, saying what they want to do, though they didn't do them. But that was the campaign promises. And that actually brings the change that is training Nigerians today and that is taking us to where we don't even understand. So this is my take. We wish to be well, but we pray to go and do more groundwork. But the
all right, thank you, Israel. Thank you, Israel, for those perspectives. We just pressed for time. But let me quickly go to Abuja with Dr. Austin Aigbe. I'm always thrilled when I hear data, statistics, and all of those analysis. But Nigerian politics usually will defy all of that. I mean, you talked about the last general election, where it was headed, but ultimately, it didn't get to that destination. Today, people are saying, well, there's so much hunger in the land. People are in abject poverty. I mean, I just saw a data today about 79% of Nigerians within the poverty bracket. That's huge. But ultimately, it won't reflect in the outcome of the election. Why is this pattern so with Nigeria politics?
I'm also happy you have talked about data. So these are what inform analysis. Any analysis that that do not synchronize data in a way that you have to argue the nuance effectively. That is why I said that for what happened, the glitches that happened, I told you what happened to the data. So now the 97%, I mean 79% you talked about, is huge. I mean, Nigeria is now the headquarters of poverty in the world. It has taken over India, taken it over from India for a longer time, not last year, not 2 years ago. It happened during the former administration. So there are disinformation in political landscape. My work has been on countering electoral disinformation. Part of the disinformation is when you hear people say, they don't decide them, don't waste your vote. That's not true. Why are they then buying votes? If they know that they've decided and they've won, so why would they spend so much amount of money to buy votes? Buying a vote means that votes are counting. That is the epistemology. That when you buy votes, it means that the value of vote is clear. Why would anybody buy vote as high as 30,000 naira? Why will anybody take so much money to the polling unit to the point that the EFCC will arrest anybody with around 20 million naira for a polling unit? It means that politicians are aware that voters' power is clear. Here comes the weaponization of poverty.
which of course I think is critical. If ITV should, let's do a challenge, because where I don't want to go into things without having substantial evidence. AIT can do a survey tomorrow, next tomorrow, or whatever. Will you vote and collect money, or will you be voting in this election? Who will you vote for? Maybe, I don't want AIT to also be political, but how do you do so that you do that survey tend to inform some of our narrative and our conversation? The truth is that there are people in the off-cycle election, they know that instrument of state will be used against them. For instance, Israel talked about local government election. Arguably, in Nigeria, there's no local government election anymore. It is who the governor decide and win election. But it's not the same when it's a general election. I have seen local government election far in the north and the south, and I know that there is no local government election. What you have is local government selection. That thing is also part of what has happened in off-cycle election, when everybody is visited at the state. And at the end of the day, instrument of state can then
we really have to leave the conversation here at this point, Dr. Ibe and Mr. Israel. Right. Thank you so much. We really have to go. Thank you so much for your amazing submission today on the show. It's an ongoing conversation, and we'll just have to leave it here. But we'll take a short break now, and when we'll come back, we'll move on to talk about broke after pay. More on this. Stay with us.
Thanks again for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. There's nothing as painful as when you work in an organization, maybe in the private sector or even in the public sector, and then at the end of the month you expect something, yeah, by way of salary or whatever and then it comes, and as it comes, it goes. And then right after, things don't really change. In fact, you probably will be, thinking it would have been better. It didn't come after all right? But this is the stark reality of life. We have with us in the studio the author of the book, Broke After Pay, Dr. Yemisi Lucy Adikpoju. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Fantastic. Yesterday was very memorable because you launched your book with a lot of people there. How did that make you feel?
Yeah, I felt really good because Benin is special to me, and coming back to Benin to share this memory for me and impact was very good.
What makes it special to you?
Because I started my early days in Benin City. Okay. So my primary and secondary school was in Benin.
Fantastic. Yeah. So what informed this title, Broke After Pay?
Broke After Payday?
Yeah, Broke After Payday.
Yeah, with a question mark.
Yeah.
So because it's the reality of many people today. So I realized that it's not just about earning salaries. People earn income from the business, your organization and all that, but as soon as it gets into your account, you are repaying a lot of debts or expenses and all that, and before the middle of the next month you're already broke. Max, for majority of at least 80% of the populace.
Absolutely. So what solution has this book brought on board to checkmate that?
So for every problem, there are processes that lead to this problem. So a lot of people may not even be aware that they have this problem. So the book has brought it up to light, right? So you could realize that you're just spending without a structure. You could realize that the book would help you realize that you have a lot of black tax. You don't budget your money. You spend beyond your means or above your means. Like, it's just a whole lot of, then you also realize that a lot of people retire and they don't even have anything to fall back on because they had a standard of living that they cannot continue when the money stops coming.
Okay, in terms of the philosophy around this book, let's quickly talk about that, and then of course relate it with the various chapters in the book and how you've been able to conceptualize it to fit it into a solution platform for people who are having this challenge against the background of the current economic reality. Was that part of the reasons why this book came forth now?
Yes, because everybody blames the current economic instability as the reasons why they are broke after payday. But because I've worked with a lot of professionals over the years, I've realized that it is not just about the economy, because irrespective of what you earn, you still go through the same cycle of debts, and no money and everything. So people need to realize that if you are diligent with little, more will be added onto you. So wealth multiplication does not necessarily mean that if you earn more money, you get less problems. So if you can understand how to structure 50,000, for instance, then you understand how to structure 50 million naira.
Okay, what do you make of someone watching us saying, look, you don't know my situation. If you know my situation, you will not be talking like this. I mean, we're talking about the poorest of the poor. Does this book have anything for them?
Yes, because, for instance, I always use this example. Somebody was earning 30,000 naira and living life, and she got a new job and started earning 230,000 naira. But yet, when she started earning 230,000 naira, she started having lots of debts. She was earning 30,000.
She was living life normally.
Yeah, living life normally. Yeah, struggling, of course, because of the little. But when she started, they gave her like that's ×5, ×6, and she started owing a lot. Loan sharks and all that. So what do you make of that?
Interesting. Interesting. So, in terms of key objectives, what are they as far as this book is concerned?
So, this book would help you with budgeting. You need to know that when your income comes into your account, you need to know how to structure it out. You need to pay yourself. You need to know what goes to this, what goes to that. You need to be able to live beyond your means, right? So a lot of us are owing or live above our means because of peer pressure. So I know a lot of people that will say, oh, I want to get this, I want to be like this. Social media too has a large role to play on why a lot of us have these extra expenses. Then black tax too, because we are so sentimental and emotional, and we don't have that word no, we don't know how to say no. So we find ourselves just spending recklessly. So the book addresses all these issues, like thoroughly.
Thoroughly?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this part of a strategic way of people retaining wealth or retaining money, as the case may be?
Yes. One of the principles of wealth is multiplication. And how do you multiply wealth? Right? You plant it, it grows, you harvest it, and the harvest becomes more. Right? You know how you plant the seed, put fertilizer. So you have to be disciplined, you have to be committed, and you have to understand that you don't want to be broke one day. You don't want to be broke after payday. So would you rather live life now and suffer tomorrow? Or what if your job ends? What if your income source ends? What happens to you? Are you going to just start from ground zero? So writing this book has helped me realize that anybody can get out of their financial situation.
Anybody?
Anybody, yeah.
Okay. You know, this culture has been waning over the years, reading culture in Nigeria. Do you see that as a challenge towards people, you know, leveraging on the potentials of this book?
So because I know that people have short attention span, and when it comes to finance books, it has this boring appeal. So I decided to write the book with making the use of storytelling. And if you see, there's a story of Bridget, Alex, Sarah, Joy, Emmanuel, and they like Bukola.
There's different scenarios.
Yes, different scenarios. So each chapter tells a different story, and every story should be relatable to somebody's experience, right? Chapter 1 says, who chopped my salary? That's Bridget going to work and like, oh, it's payday and I'm all run out and everything. So it's like a gist. You're reading it and you are laughing, You are saying, oh, this sounds like me. Oh, I could be Alex.
So people can relate with these stories.
Exactly.
Fantastic. So how do I get this book if I want to? You have the online copy, you have it?
Yeah, you could go on Amazon, you could go on Seller, you could go on all Rovinite bookstores. We have, in Benin, we have it with our partner here, OIS. So it's everywhere. We're working on distribution all over the state.
Let me have this. I'm sure this is my gift from you. All right. This is the book, Broke After Payday. It's a big question. The Hidden Crisis Killing Employees' Dreams and How to Break Free, written by Dr. Yemisi Lucy Adepoju. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so
So I'll
much.
keep this for myself. I hope you don't mind.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
It's the TMI on the ITV network. We've got Kadri on standby in our Lagos network studio. Kadri, well, I'm sure you should get a copy of this. I mean, it's going to help your ministry. I know you want to work in the millions and in the billions. I can tell you for sure this book will work magic for you. Good to have you on the show. How is the weather in Abuja?
Okay, final officer of against 48 properties owned by the former presidential president Kamala is still very fresh, and people are wondering how come a man who covered looted funds. The one that really comes to mind is the several looted funds of the former head of state, Sani Abacha. Where many people commended him, besides that, an ID where it was a contract scam, but was able to go to the London court and came out very successful. So I have with me political practitioner based here in Abuja, but Morris Oga, some of these issues and other than it. Good morning to you and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So how is Cuba?
Good.
It has a new president.
Yes, a lot of controversy surrounding the election that we just conducted, but yeah, we cannot say we have a new president yet because she's not been inaugurated, and we hope that the issues...
Inaugurated, and she's making history as the second female NBA president.
Well, that's interesting. But I wish this controversy surrounding our election didn't exist. It would have been a good way to mark our emergence. But the circumstances surrounding our elections are questionable.
You seem not to be happy with the outcome.
No. I cannot be happy with the outcome because the election was characterized with a lot of irregularities. It goes down as one of the worst elections in the history of the NBA. Right from the electoral committee. The electoral committee was single-handedly and unilaterally appointed by Afam Osigwe SAN, the current president of the Nigerian Bar Association. It does not fall within its power. Section 10 of the Constitution of the NBA says that the electoral committee must be appointed by the National Executive Committee, and so it's headed by the president, but that does not give him the power to unilaterally appoint the electoral committee. The electoral committee ought to be appointed by the NEC, the NEC, at the NEC meeting, and the NEC constitutes chairman of all the branches and other executives. So they were the ones that ought to come together and appoint an electoral committee. But Afam Osigwe SAN appointed this electoral committee. But away from that, this election was marked with such unprecedented irregularity, such that lawyers were not able to vote. Out of the 82,000 people that are eligible to vote, only 33% was able to vote. And even those who voted, you would see that the system was already pre-programmed, that if I voted by between 9 to 10 a.m., but my vote, when I obtained my voting record, was showing that I voted in the middle of the night when I was sleeping. And so the system was pre-programmed.
Yeah, well, because what you are saying is a bit shocking. Many people are already saying I know study on the elections, electronic voting, which is less
who came out at the time as it was expected to be out. And here you're saying...
Yes, those are friends and allies of the trying to whitewash what is evil. They are trying to whitewash the election to make Alpha Mosigwe look like a good person, to make the city good. How can you say that election was free and fair or credible when people could not access the portal to vote? People voters were being restricted. People were trying to, at the time election was still going, the portal was showing them that election. Alpha Mo came out to say that, or the electoral council came out the election, that people are trying to hack the website, and that is why they leaked it. And so, if you were trying to hack, then why are you now the person defending the election, that the election was fair and credible? If I'm alleging that somebody, I suspect that a thief entered my house, then in the morning, I now say, no, they did not steal anything. And somebody else in that house is saying that something is missing.
Let's move to the subject of discourse here, which is your friend Malami. Someone of that rank who Nigerians applauded, have been going around recovering looted funds. You know, the last one, when it corrected, was $31 million from the United States of America, which he actually facilitated. After all things we're saying, is this politics? Because we really have to be asking, why would this happen? All those repeated things that making going to see the way okay you're coming.
Well, whether this is politics, when Malami arrested and some of us rose up in his defense, we believe he ought not to have been unnecessarily detained for that. He has fought himself against the allegations leveled against him. But then, when this forfeiture proceeding initiates the program, the property that trade to the state minister, former minister, was shot kind of particular individual trade, where citizens are around with this level of poverty and high cost of survival. Particular public officer have properties up to 7 gigantic properties in Nigeria. This state minister is not known to be a businessman. All he's done is to hold political office. So it's quite misfortune and an aberration and a disgrace government of that this gigantic of corruption can be taking place without the one minister. And we hope that these properties that have been forfeited to the federal government are not relooted, just like the Malami himself, who obtained looted funds and resources from other people and diverted it to himself. So it is misfortunate that a country like this can be undergoing this level of for a long period of time unnoticed. How he came about those properties over time. So the allusion that he's being witch hunted cannot be sustained. Nobody can say that, oh, he's being witch hunted. He's given opportunity to defend himself. He could not prove the means by which he obtained those properties. Is he a businessman? Did he borrow money to buy all those properties? How come that a single individual is owning 57 properties across Nigeria worth billions of naira, and then including a university? In fact, it is so bad and indicting to the institutions of our country, because how did somebody build a university with proceeds of corruption? So what's the foundation of that institution? And what becomes the fate of the students who are already in that institution? Because now that the university is being seized, who is going to manage it? You know, so it's quite a misfortune, and I do not subscribe to that allusion that he's being witch hunted. And I'm not also suggesting that he is guilty, but I'm of the position that having been afforded the opportunity to defend himself in court, he should do well to defend himself. But for now, this forfeiture is not a conclusive proof that he's guilty. A forfeiture proceeding is sui generis. It is in a class of its own. It's different from the criminal allegations against him. But the law provides under the Advance Free Fraud Act, I think per section 17, that if properties are fingered to be obtained through proceeds of fraud, then the law allows for the forfeiture of those properties while the criminal aspect of the matter can be prosecuted.
So this goes to ask the question, some of these things that those in government do while in government, is there no law that can prohibit them from doing it?
Now the problem we have in our country is that we do not have a problem of laws prohibiting crime. It is a execution of those laws.
So what I mean is the 1, 2, 3 up to 57,
yes,
right? And put together over and 12 billion. The EFCC was watching, ICPC and other relevant
institutions.
So why didn't they raise alarm when all those were happening?
Yes, so this is part of the challenges we've continuously had, that because a minister is serving under an administration, the institutions of government cannot interrogate, investigate that particular individual. Yes, but it's not immune. So it's an indictment to those agencies, the ICPC, the EFCC, and even the Nigerian banks. All these people are complicit, because how was money moving from one account to the other without proper questioning? Those monies were moving. What about the taxes? Did the FIRS not have access to those accounts to question, oh, how is this money moving? Is this money paying tax? Is this person paying tax? Those are relevant questions that ought to have been asked. So it is not just an indictment of the person and the office of Malami, but also an indictment on the relevant agencies who kept mute at the time they should have spoken up against the corruption that was ongoing under the administration of Muhammadu Buhari.
So, going forward, how can this be prevented?
Well,
because it makes mockery of the government of Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes, well, we must also say that that government was characterized by all forms of corruption, abuses of human rights, and lack of responsibility towards the Nigerian people. And so there are a lot of suits that were filed against people who spoke against his policies. A prominent example is several criminals leveled against us, like Omoyele Sowore, and at the end of the day, not justify those allegations to be withdrawn. The present Attorney General. So the Muhammadu Buhari was intolerant to critics, and then the level of corruption under his government was so alarming that Nigerians rose to the occasion to challenge his presidency. Unfortunately, we could not overthrow the APC government, but the Buhari's government was tainted with such level of corruption nobody can deny. And to justify the prosecution of things like the former CBN and the current prosecution of the minister all justify my claim that the government is tainted with corruption. And so, to put measures in place, we already have in place to prevent corruption. And so, the problem we have is the execution of those laws that we have. And one of the reasons why it is difficult to execute those laws is because we have strong individuals, strong persons who are stronger than institutions. And no nation can grow when persons or personality are made to be stronger than institutions. We must have institutions. Institutions must be stronger than individuals. If not, this level of corruption must continue. And how do we have strong institutions? There must be watchdogs that a particular will have access to a certain amount of resources another institution, audit the expenditure or the access to funds of those institutions. But what we see, since the minister, he gets all the money within that ministry, there is no institution administration to check the operation of the minister, and so corruption will certainly continue.
For comment is a bit subjective because your conclusion that the former and late president admits that massive corruption. Look at his predecessors, former President Goodluck Jonathan, when he left office. There were so many institutions of his cabinet members. Top on the list, you see the former in there that served him there for almost 2 years until that case was thrown out. And of course, the former NSA Dasuki, we also have his case also at the Federal High Court, and even the founder, of course, now that communication with Stella Odwa and many others.
Yes. So not be comparing. We cannot be comparing failure to failure. The fact that a person, you say Buhari failed better than, or Jonathan failed better than Buhari, mean that Buhari becomes a good president. So we've had series of failures in them that it is possible to do the right thing. So we cannot compare a failed administration to another failed administration and say because you did not do this level of, you did not fail to this extent, then you are a good person. No. The corruption associated with the President Jonathan administration is the same with that of Buhari, and then Buhari's government might even have surpassed the level of corruption. And how do we gauge these things? It is the standard of living of the Nigerian people that would tell whether a government is performing or underperforming. Because when the standard of the living and judged by the minimum wage and access they have to resources and a good life, you can say that the government is doing well. But when the standard of living is dropping by the day, you cannot say that the government is performing well, and no matter how better they are done. And Buhari cannot even by any dimension be said to have performed better than President Jonathan. So
there are some factors that that we have seen that will make one to say, well, there were some positive during the Buhari administration. On board, things just started working. If you remember, the NNPC in Port Harcourt and Kaduna, to an extent, they performed.
Yes, it's a grand failure, and I must say it's very bold. You see, he came with the impression that he knew what he was doing, and so that impression sent a message to them, and they wanted to do the right. But as time went on, they saw that this man is clueless, and so the level of corruption became so massive that President Muhammadu Buhari was anything good to the Nigerian people. So I cannot on any ground say that Muhammadu Buhari's administration was nice or good to the Nigerian people, because in a democracy there's something called dividends of the, and dividends of democracy is the benefit that the people enjoy as a result of being people are not benefiting, no matter the indices and the figures you put out there and say your government is succeeding and that success is not directly commensurate to the lifestyle of the citizens, then we cannot call it a success.
Okay, now the current administration, we have seen so many issues, which of course the humanitarian affairs, with better the state agency. How many do you think we get after the meetup? Because when Malami was doing this, people never thought that the guy can go to an extent of acquiring a massive wealth that he cannot explain.
Yes. You see, the President Tinubu-led government is the worst in the history of our democracy, because one of the benefits that Nigerians derive from this democracy that we have is the subsidy in fuel. But because it affects everybody, everybody benefited from the subsidization of fuel. Unfortunately, President Tinubu removed the subsidy, claimed that apply the resources from subsidy to other areas to cushion the harsh of the removal of subsidy. At the end of the day, giving this money to state governors in Nigeria, and we all know that one of the prominents we have in this country, state governments, I mean, they are dismally, and so to collect something from the Nigerian people and over to the Nigerian government is personal interest for election purposes.
The federation account when money is between the federal, state, and the government. That is constitutional.
Yes, it's constitutional to share that money that you have already removed from subsidy. And so you do not have any mechanism in place to determine how the state spend this money. There's no or law that empowers them to interfere the expenditure of state government. So why am I giving money to somebody who is accountable to me?
Also have people in their state. The local government chairman also have people in their council. They can also be asking the chairman and governor's question, how are you spending our money?
Now, when you look at the structure of the government we have, who is going to ask the governor how his money? The people that would have checked the executive arm of government is the houses of assembly.
So PSOs and NGOs can do that?
Yes, you can, but it doesn't mean you will have answer.
Yeah, but just question.
Then, instead of in the begin to question how did you spend our money, allow that subsidy to be there, so that if I go and buy fuel, nobody interferes with my purchase of that fuel. At least I will be. But now you have given the money to the governor, and the governor will be doing elephant project like building overseas where it is not needed, and the people are living in anguish and in poverty. So it is a very selfish approach to governance. And
we have seen so many infrastructures.
What and what?
Including you are from Kogi State. The last time I did Kogi by road to do so many projects.
Maybe it's not Kogi State because
I actually saw something.
I did not. Is Kogi State, is it? Do we have it?
Well, no. That the Okene pipe constructed.
What is such project compared to the overall wealth and welfare of the people of Kogi State? If you travel from Abuja, that's a death trap.
Now.
The road you are talking about. If Kogi to Abuja Road, no. Abuja Road is the death trap.
When was the last time?
I think in December. And so, and I know I keep seeing updates from social media. I keep seeing updates on social media that the road is always stuck. I believe maybe it's understanding maybe the Abuja to Nasarawa or Abuja to Benue Road.
Have you seen that to Kaduna?
No, I have not. No, I have not seen that.
Abuja to Kaduna.
It's so fortunate that at this stage of our democracy, we are disclosed. Well, when other countries that have the amount of resources that Nigeria has, like, but we ought to be. No. Not countries that have been practicing democracy for a long time. Not necessarily. Even countries that do not practice democracy. When you go to Dubai or Qatar, the development you have seen there is also happening in Nigeria because the resources that we have is the same we have.
Let's be optimistic it will happen.
We hope so.
Thank you so much for Karim Misra, a legal practitioner being here in Abuja.
Thank you for having me.
So we now move to Lagos Network for contribution of the program this night.
Thanks for joining this morning. I'm Marcelina Nkwo. And of course, I have Dr. Victor Ohai here with me. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning. You're looking good today, as always.
Thank you so much. I guess this morning we have Honorable Ajadi, is a political analyst. Or should I say shifting? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for coming.
He told us he reported to AP, so we must respect that.
Oh, should we say APC?
That's good. So
I thought I told you about last time.
except you want us to go back to
No, we shouldn't go back. We shouldn't go back. Okay. All right, today we're going to be talking about the federal government's shared prosperity scorecard to measure impact of economic reform. The federal government says it will begin tracking whether its economic reforms are actually improving the lives of Nigerians by introducing a shared prosperity scorecard. The announcement by the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, during business conference in Lagos. Since President Bola assumed office in 2023, his administration has implemented major economic reforms, that is including removal of fuel subsidy, liberalization of the foreign exchange markets, allowing the naira to trade more freely, also fiscal and tax reforms aimed at boosting government revenue. So while this reform received praises from international financial institutions and investors, many Nigerians argue that it has also led to higher fuel, rising transportation costs, increased food prices, higher inflation, and cost of living. Now the government says the new scorecard is meant to provide measurable evidence of whether the reforms are translating into better living conditions for ordinary Nigerians. Out of feeling it, getting to the ordinary Nigerians, that is what saying. He said what the government says is inflation is beginning to, according to him, the foreign exchange market has become more stable. Investors' confidence is gradually returning. However, he acknowledged that macroeconomic stability alone not enough if citizens do not experience tangible improvements in their daily lives. The Ministry of Finance is expected to oversee this scorecard. No date has been announced. So now many Nigerians that, with all of these, there's still high cost of living, poverty, and widespread food insecurity persists. Households have yet to the benefits of this reform. But they said they're going to be tracking it now to see if ordinary Nigerians are actually feeling this thing that the government, in. Okay, before we get to Dr. Victor, let's get to hear your take.
Let's look at core metrics that the federal government will track. I'll just read them out here. One is reduction in dimensional poverty. They want to track it, not just income, but access to health, education, housing, and so on. And then they also want to check growth in real income pattern. Are Nigeria actually earning more after inflation? Thirdly, declining inequality across board. Is wealth being spread or not just concentrated at the top? So these are three metrics that they're using to measure it. And the idea is beyond GDP, FX reserves, and investor confidence to show proof that it's working for households. And so then is, sir, yes, for me, let's be honest, we said, you just said something came on here. The government is saying everything is improving. Is that the reality in your pocket? Just a simple question.
Fantastic question.
Good morning. You look very prosperous. That's what you're talking about. Yes.
Because I live in Nigeria.
Yes.
And I love Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us.
Nigeria is a very prosperous nation.
Yes. I like your honesty.
The leadership understand what God has resided in Nigeria. We have to honor so many things. I'm not a pastor, I'm not an afar. But Nigeria is repeating the fantastic in the sense of humanity when it talks about what God has given to what God will decide in Nigeria. In any sphere of humanity. But unfortunately, we don't know who we are. And we utilize a lot of things. We're joking with now. What I've discussed this morning is a crisis. It's not a thing of joke. It is a crisis. And the first tree that we have, the government is saying they want to do matrix. on who we are, how we are living. It's never happened. So we must help them think, because it's showing that that man is thinking. Oilawal will come back to.
Yes, our basic economics.
Basically. From 4. You have to go to university to study this and understand that. Oilawal. There's macroeconomics and there's microeconomics.
Exactly.
He's talking about economics, but he's even analyzing microeconomics. Macroeconomics, Nigeria's doing fine.
The IMF said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we're fantastic. But in microeconomics, we're failing seriously. Why did we buy tractors and now we have not distributed yet? Why? If Oyodele wants to do in microeconomics, by now, those 2,000 of them should have been distributed however you have distributed. We don't care.
Are you distributing? Okay.
You're talking about microeconomics. Get to Agege markets and buy basic amenities. I keep telling you, I am an Alaro. I go to the market. I was in the market yesterday. A loaf of tomato is 1 naira. 5 is 1,000 at Agege.
Exactly.
I was stupefied.
That's correct.
True.
I have the money to buy.
Of course.
There was no Agege. How about that? There was body buying that. That's it. Yes, the woman was begging me at 4 p.m. And I said, I know you, I see it. There's nobody pricing it except for those ones that are.
Yeah. Broken, spoiled.
Was disgusting. So I'm happy today that you have brought me here. Let us face reality at ourselves. It is doing what it needs to do. And the state governments do what they need. And the local governments do what they need to do. We can buy hydroform machines for pittance and give the young boys betting all around the streets and the drugs. Houses in a week or 2. To find. You're complaining about flooding. You're not doing anything about flooding. You're wasting our time because we are doing anything. But why? Serious resources. All over the place. Governors are not doing anything. They are earning more times 4 times 10. What are you talking about? There's a crisis. How did Awolowo do it? Awolowo had no money. Read. Awolowo could not sustain Western religion. He introspected. Oh, guys, come around. How do we do this? We'll support you and benchmark you. And we benchmarked every round. And there was possibility. It's not rocket science. It is the question you ask me now. Microeconomics, how are the people surviving? Why is a tuber of yam 5,000?
Wow. It's
7,000.
Why?
No, some places you can get it for 1,000 naira. What is the logistic cost that's making it times 5 bringing it to Lagos? We are wicked people. We don't love each other.
So do you think COCAD would change the reality?
I have a lot of prospect in it. We've never had data. Unfortunately, we've never had data. We've never seen us. That was what got politics in the first place. How do we change the narrative with what we know in the grassroots and how people are suffering? I started a manufacturing because I saw my dad feeding his children in 4 naira. 4 naira for 4 kids, 1 naira. Obasanjo came into existence as a president, changed from 20 naira a Congo to 200 naira because he wanted to satisfy Chinese people and send things on export. Cassava. So the businessmen went into the farms and were buying and competing with us that were producing. Because what I did was My package was 15 naira. I was making in naira. My production cost was 14 naira. I would go to Abeokuta from Ibadan and give the women in the villages.
You were producing garri?
I was producing garri. Sugar and granuts. So I would take it to butcheries of universities and polytechnics and give them the women selling there. And I come back after a month to pick up my money. I don't need the money. But I was trying to feed my stomach. By feeding my stomach, I am feeding the younger generations coming.
Yeah.
Because we fought democracy in 1999, but we're quiet. Because we had hoods on and we didn't want our identity to be known because my parents were professionals. The reality is that. Are we seeing the dividends of time? No. So the first time ever, Nigeria is what? Nigeria is us, the Nigerians.
Okay, I have a question. See, it's good, like you rightly say, that they want to bring these ideas, but do they really need to set up another body? Just a minute, I'm heading somewhere. Do they really need to do anything? I mean, how are we going to get the facts when they are surrounded by your mandate we shall stand? Eye service, excuse my Nigerian English, where people who surround them will tell them only what they want to hear, fed by critics who tell them the truth. Do they need to set up anybody to know what the price is in the market and that things are difficult?
I've contested elections before, several great elections. What I expected him to have done was before we go to the market. That's practical economics. How's a kilo of this? How much is a kilo of that? How can I standardize that this is how they were doing it before? Can I do it better? For instance, I'll give you an instance. The market women continue to cheat Nigerians. Ask me why. There is a measuring tool that they use all over Nigeria, which is wrong. Measure per kilo or measure per gram. Anywhere in the world, you want to buy grains, it's measured per kilo. Even chocolates, sometimes it's measured per gram. Why would you decide that a bowl that you have chosen for yourself is what you and I must buy at yacht? And we have a government that standards basic things that we want.
Standardization.
Do you understand?
We have
and
a
some people
consumer
go into school
and we have a consumer protection
every
agency
day and say they are going to work and they have children, whereas they're not having any impact in Nigeria. That's the sad part. I cannot complain to anybody. What they call me, they know, everybody in Agege Market knows me. I'm telling you the truth this morning. They know me, including the guy that will pack me from the start to the finish. I've seen it all. Because I want to know what is going on. That is what I did. So the man should have checked out before speaking. What is happening around me?
Yeah, but how is this going to work? I mean,
it must work. We want to know what is happening in Agege. No, you want to know what's happening in Pori. You want to know what's happening in Sule.
I'm not arguing.
Yes.
With the kind of horizons, you know what I mean by horizons?
Oh.
How will they, what
has spoken a formidable thing. Wanting to have data is very important.
My concern is
we cannot move forward
Honorable
without
Said,
data.
Honorable Said, my concern. What about the NBS? What about the NBS? The NBS, National Bureau of Statistics. I mean, they do release economic data. So are we saying now that the data that they do release?
Very good question.
That's why
I don't agree.
Okay, why are you talking about inflation?
No, wait, I don't agree because they have. Wait, just a minute. I remember that there was a statistics that they released when not long after it's got some time ago when this government was on, and then the government was refuting it. Okay, they were arguing, with that statistics.
Exactly.
Why don't you challenge them?
So is there
challenge them to your
exactly? So what she has said, which is really, I agree completely, is if we have a Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, why do you need?
Why do we need another scorecard?
Why do we need analysis for me?
No. Of course,
that's why I'm trying to make you understand that they have been sleeping. Long ago, they have been sleeping.
They're not enforcers. They provide statistics.
Information is what we need as Nigerians.
But they provide the informations.
Sometimes information is not full. Sometimes it's just sparse. Sometimes there's lack of information.
Okay, let's go into a bit of management. Just a minute. A bit of management.
Management is what we're talking
just
about.
A minute,
here
yes.
now.
So we talk about management information system. Data is fed to management. Just a minute. It's okay. This is what's happening in the market right now. This is how much sales we've made. How they begin to provide that. What is the job of management? To analyze this data and look at the implication for the organization. Okay? So by implication, therefore, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, its job is not implementation. Its job is to provide data. And that data is for analysis by people in government so that they can take the right decisions.
I understand
but we
you don't
find
understand what I'm trying to
you have an opportunity and you will do that,
Okay.
sir. You will do that. I'm just trying to help so that the audience also.
I understand audience understands you.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is, when this information is fed, as they hear all the time, because the president says he hears all the things that they are saying, which means he's not exactly ignorant. But you are surrounded by people.
I beg your pardon. Our president is very, very sound.
Yeah. No, I say he's not exactly ignorant.
Such words are derogatory for our president.
He's not ignorant.
That's what he said, actually.
Excuse me. I mean, psychology, we have to move forward. You see, that's part of the problem. Goodwill, patriotism. The president that is striving to make things happen for us, because we have been through a lot of bad experiences. We cannot even see clearly. The first time it will happen in Nigeria, where a government will say they want to analyze how we are living.
Do you need that?
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. You just asked the question. Let me analyze it to you.
Okay.
Did Obasanjo care how you were living? What are you talking about? Did Obasanjo care how you were living?
So
if he cared how you were living, he would have sold all your properties and you don't have anything today as an asset. And you are talking.
So you think...
For goodness, excuse me, please. Don't force me how to speak. I don't like that. Obasanjo did not care how you were living. Atiku did not care how you were living. If he did care how you were living, he would not have sold all your properties. And you are here today begging people for loan. Are you supposed to be begging?
So you think the president cares how we are living?
Let me finish my statement. You're not supposed to be begging. You're not a nation of beggars.
Are we not begging right now?
This is because the past leaders messed us up. When have you ever heard anybody concerned about Nigerians? And the government now is telling you it's concerned about the Nigerians and is willing to spend $3.something billion on poverty. You guys are not listening.
No, the question is, are we feeling it?
The reality is that there's a government saying that we are willing to do what we are supposed to have been doing long time ago. And so give us the chance, even if you are not if you are subjective, Nigerians, pessimistic because you're Nigerians, but the reality is that we are trying to do it now. That's why I said to you that it would have been nicer if we had seen the man at Agege Market pricing the stuff before.
So the president is actually listening.
He's listening.
He cares about Nigerians.
He cares about Nigeria. Two things he has done.
Okay.
That proves to me that he's a listening president.
Let's hear.
We have fixed micro. We have fixed macroeconomic.
Macro. Okay, sounded like micro.
No,
I was
we have
wondering.
fixed macro. That is his responsibility as federal. But the sleeping governors don't know what they're doing. You have that kind of resources. And you have not seen anything on the scoreboard that this is what is happening except for Abia State. Where else is working? Nobody. The flooding everywhere. Why won't there be flooding? Are you farming? Are you afforesting Nigeria? You have so much money. The desert is encroaching the whole of the northwest, northeast, not everywhere. And there's nobody thinking that what will happen to the generations coming. That is part of governance. You are not afforesting and you have so much money. There will be more flooding. That's what we went to school to study. Because it's only when you insist, as a governor or as a president, that nobody must cut down trees anymore because I want to build a house.
Okay, let's.
So you are fined for cutting down a tree.
Let's focus, please.
Then you will not understand. No, I'm telling you what has to happen.
No, I know.
You see, there are a lot of things that you must understand. Governance is not about one. For them to come to our level now and say this
is the
what
policy. I know we're focusing on the policy.
Yes.
We're focusing on the policy.
Fantastic. We are moving forward from day in Abuja and we in Lagos. It is now how are they doing in Lagos to influence Abuja by this policy?
The question I've been asking, and I'll still ask you. You said the National Bureau of Statistics, they might not be giving out the correct statistics and all of that. What makes you think this new scorecard, according to the Minister of Finance, shared prosperity scorecard, what makes you think it's not going to be the same? What makes you think they're going to bring the right statistical, show it to the...
Job of the NDA, what is that telling you? If a minister saying that what we want to do now, and is not carrying that MD. No.
But that MD has given the right statistics. Because we're here to inform Nigerians.
I'm trying to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
The MD on his job.
Yes.
He has given us the status of
micro. They have an
inflation.
No, they have
the back of all that.
They tell us what the price is on the market.
I'm not going to argue with you. Right. I'm going to speak to you.
Yes.
What the little I understand and my practical experience. The Ministry of Statistics giving you the actual, then they don't know what they're doing. They don't. I am at the market 4 p.m. yesterday. I'm telling you that a bulb of tomato is 105 is 1,000.
Fact.
And you are telling me that there's some people that are being paid. I will say from the president. Because if I can come to the air on a television station and telling you that this is what is happening again, it's not a challenge to them. Hold on, wait.
No. I'm not speaking. I have to speak for the NBS because these figures are there. They give these figures. They tell us what it is in the market. Okay, so to come here and make it seem like they're not doing their job is not right. It's not right. It's
from space. It's not from Nigeria.
No, this Bureau of Statistics is giving us.
So let us put it into statistics. Me on air that I have
data
to finish.
Yes.
2 times is 1,000.
Yes.
Correct. That same 5 I used to sometimes 3, 500. Okay.
True.
So what are you, when you know, what are you telling me about the statistics? I am proving to you that you are wrong on this table now. Because if I can get 3 for 500 before and 6 for 1,000, and I can only get 1 for 1,000.
So who should be blamed?
Goodness sake, what are you arguing about?
Honorable Side.
That's a question.
Who should be blamed?
That's just a
fantastic. When you analyze
No, you have asked a question.
I am a mathematician.
I am a scientist. Be rhetorical.
So let me answer on the table to you. There is no science that is proving what you are saying.
So who should be wrong?
Let's have a conversation, please.
Fantastic.
First of all, I am saying because I follow the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. I've bought organizations so like Nairametrics. No, just a minute. No. You don't. We dialogue here. Just a minute. Okay. So these statistics. I challenge you to go to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and check their website.
I'm on it.
So the thing is, this information is out there. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's not there. So government is a show now. No, saying this. We're probably both saying the same thing, but the way you are arguing it is what I think we must.
I'm giving you the facts of the situation.
The point I'm making is that NBS is providing this information. And what it is doing now is almost like out there in public space by the NBS.
Okay, so let us advise the leave NBS. It's just one statistical analysis. There's the presidency. We have machines to work. So, let them give whoever you want to be, through the Ministry of Agriculture. It's rainy season. Let them go to work. They can try and benchmark what is happening in Nigeria now. there is greenhouse farming.
Do you not think security is an issue?
Let me finish. I'm going somewhere. There's greenhouse farming now all over the world. That there is know-how. If security is an issue in Northwest, it doesn't have to be the same usual way that you have been doing it. Come to some area to everybody. Secure that environment. Plan for us. Get consultants and know greenhouse farming. Flood the market with all these things. Benchmark the prices. I have never seen a bulb of tomato at 200 naira. Is what I'm telling you.
Honorable Said.
Hold on. Food security is very important for governance. You don't want chaos. You don't want problems. You don't want chaotic situations. Let people that are hungry, because our president said that, trying to provide solutions. Okay? Build hydroform houses in the bush secure with greenhouses. Plant dedicatedly for them. It's right in Africa, Egypt. It marks all the fruits and all the greens. A government. It has its own that is giving people Egypt their own food. I have studied this. So it's easy and possible. If you have tractors, you have anything. Nobody can compete with government because you have cash. And you have the people that are idle. Take them from the cities.
So
put them in the
cities.
Secure the area. Hold on. Let me give you a secure the area. Plant. Buy from them. They become yes. When not in 5 years, they don't want to work for you. They don't want to set theirs up. But you have sustained the environment, you have sustained people from gambling. Solution.
Yeah, the question earlier, you said to the prices. Yeah. So who should be held responsible?
That's not government. I'm saying to you, government ejects. But what about the people? How much is tomato supposed to be produced for? Why is it that expensive now? Even if it's out, it's giving you a solution to outsourcing farming. You control, like you are in a studio, you control them. You control what is coming in and what is going out, and you control the amount of water. You can plant tomato in drizzling and it will work. I have seen it. Even in Dubai, I own one. So what are you talking about? It is chicken on the floor and not feed them, and their feces packed in one place. Worms will come out in a week and get them out of their pen. They will come and eat that, and it's more edible than all that. So there's many solutions. It's where you think to. So what we're saying is that just think the government has thought like that. What we are saying is that don't support government to make it happen.
No argument about that, obviously.
Support government.
We're not arguing. We're looking at the policy. And,
yes, that's part of the policy.
Okay, so...
Because we're Nigerian.
Yes, so let me quote Edele. He said, a stable economy can still be a stagnant if we become complacent, which I think is what has inspired this. The good part of it is that the IMF and investors say it's improved investor confidence and economic stability. The FX market is more efficient, and inflation is that's at the macro level. Micro at the micro level, the IMF has also said that 63% of Nigeria's 200 million population remain in poverty, with millions facing food insecurity, facing high food, transportation, and living costs. Now, how does what they're planning right now is tied to the bigger agenda of government?
A solution to a problem that I studied in Sweden for 2 years. They are not listening. What you just asked me is what I've just told. The solution to this problem is agriculture. Engage the youth. Take them out of city. Build houses.
Okay, I heard that, and I think the audience heard it. No, you don't need to repeat it because you've said it. No.
Let me now go to addendum to that.
Please, I just want us to stay focused on the topic.
Okay, so the topic is what I'm still analyzing.
Please. Don't worry. I'm not asking for...
Hold on.
We're not analyzing for government. We're analyzing the policy. Just a minute.
We have to help government.
We will, but just a minute. I don't want us to distract
Government does
from...
not understand what is going on.
Please,
Let me
please.
finish that. You asked me a question.
You will. But I just want...
Another question.
Yes, just staying focused on this. We have seen... It does appear that the government in recent times has observed, or is, and I agree, they begin to become more aware of the fact that people are complaining about pains, in there and all that. But the now is macro, micro. Okay, government says everything is okay. The stomach at the pocket level, the ordinary person is saying things are not okay. With the launch of this program, what should Ole be looking? I'm not talking about the weather house and all that now. What should they be looking out for in order to get the truth about the pains Nigerians are really going through?
Go to the market. I've told you that. The market. Come to the markets. Ipori, VI, Eleki, and Zizagigi. If he's coming to Lagos to speak, you don't go to the market. That's micro. What's happening in the market? We'll tell him as an accountant or as an economist what's going on. That's micro. So that's not rocket science. That is the basics of economics. I've said to you, you don't go in economic school because we are talking about basic things. What's happening to the wife of the bus conductor that is a pepper seller in Mushin? What's happening to the wife of the Danfo driver that is a pepper seller in Ode? With the inflationary rate from tomato of a basket at 20, can buy it at a basket of 150,000. There's not much time. That's why I'm not breaking it down for you. But the reality is that. So if you are telling me there's an MBA where there's analyzing that inflation is going down, where is he analyzing it from? I am telling you the reality in the market. I have women, not one, not two, widows that I feed. We have people that we have to give money to start up business. 100,000 is a big deal. But a basket of tomato coming from the North Day, 10,000 cannot buy. So John, that is I'm an accountant. I'm an economist. So challenge me with what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. So forget the rhetorics of IMF. Those are Brentwood companies. We have read about them. We know them. That's macro. That's why I keep telling you. But what is happening in Aben, in Oje, in Agege, in Moshe today is different ball games. I make soup with family 6. Can they stay? Or it's going to be a week like they used to do? Those are the things you have to ask yourself. So I am telling you there's a crisis, a tomato bob, 200 naira, and they are confident to buy in Nigeria.
I believe you. I believe that actually. I was at the market yesterday.
Table, then we can talk.
Yeah.
I've challenged Nigeria under Obasanjo with IMF, and they are bullshit. We are sucked into problems. The person that understands IMF, Nigeria now, is dissident. That's why you have to give it to him that is thinking.
Honorable Said.
Go and find out what's happening in Nigeria.
Honorable Said, like I said, I agreed with what you said. I went to the market yesterday. The price of tomatoes is very, very expensive. So when you said that the solution is for Oyedele to go to the market and see for himself. Okay, what don't you think?
Call the meeting of the MD or the GM of MBS. Come to meet.
Don't you?
Are you sure you know what you are writing out?
Don't you think it would have, Honorable Said, don't you think it would have been okay Nigerians can independently themselves? I mean, be
That's
Nigerians.
What I'm trying to do to you now, telling you the right price of tomato in the market. What am I doing with the tractor? That's what I'm saying. Okay, the money you want to spend now, Mr. President, don't give it to those people. Give it to Nigerians directly.
Do you think the president, Honorable Said, do you
Look
think,
at your state.
Honorable Said,
look at your state. Your state has the best farm settlements in Nigeria. Moribund. They are complaining you want to be a president. You have not cleaned your area. We have to face reality.
Honorable
Governors, the
Said.
kind of money in the governors' hands now is crazy. So we have to check them and ask them questions. What is your scorecard? Is it style or your Ibadan road that you have done 8 years that you are a president and you are a presidential candidate? You cannot feed your people. In those days, military people used to feed us in Ibadan.
What
See,
if?
I
What
think
if?
let's say
Dr. Hai, sorry. What if? What if?
Us, but
Honorable
the reality is
Said.
we are checking
Honorable
everybody.
Said.
Please. I don't have time.
Don't you think? What if? You know, I've had a guest also say, what if the president is not getting the right information? I mean, these people come out, see that the economy is bad, and do not tell the president that this is what's
president
happening.
will have someone see this program and say that this is the way forward. Use the tractors that you have bought, Mr. President, for a year. Distribute it to APC members that are farmers. Give them, no matter what they get from this year's harvest, it's a plus for you.
So those that are not APC now should.
I am being myopic, so that even if it's APC members alone, they are Nigerians. Do you understand the impact that will have all around the nation? Is what I'm saying. Okay. APC is all around the nation. Most of the other parties are just starting to get themselves around the nation. So if the president wants to do something, and he has it already in Nigeria,
so, Honorable Said, you've been mentioning agriculture.
Yes.
People should venture. Yes. I mean, most persons would love to, but don't you think insecurity too is part of the reason?
Farm, 10,000
reason why they
have just harvested tomato. 1 naira they did not give me, but they have made money, and I know those farmers are millionaires now. What are you talking about? Go and ask how do we what farming can do to you. God says, you drop one seed, I've given you multiple. Why don't you try it? That's miracle.
Okay, so let me just double down on the question that she talked about, the issue of insecurity. What impact is on the macro policies of government, how it affects?
Nigeria is a geopolitical one.
Yes.
We have 6 geopolitical areas, correct? We have seen insecurity in some areas. You can draw the map and say, okay, this is where. Well, this is federal government. Then you call this maybe 6 states that are in that zone. Look, this is what I have to do. If we're able to do this together, then we can multiply it into other states. But let's do a pilot project for the love of Nigerians here. It's like security here. We can make it happen here. That's all. Patriotism. That's why I'm mentioning governors. They control. Okay? So that's why I'm not doing here. So make use of. Okay, look at Niger State. Without the president, the Niger governor went ahead and bought those tractors. And it's challenging people and saying prices of food and items are cheap. Why? This productivity. Saying is that let us be productive. They have challenged us. IMF reports, World Bank reports, fantastic. No doubt about it. That's international. But locally, let's also introspect. That's what they're trying to do now. So if they are going to say a statement, a political statement or a policy statement, back it up with practicality.
Okay, so you have, I like the way you're going, the solutions you're preferring. Say you are president today.
Yes.
And it has come to your attention that the reality on ground does not match the policies that you're, the intention of the policies that you're creating at the macro level. Naira, fuel subsidy, Naira liberalization and all that. And you want to make sure that the ordinary man begins to feel impact. What are those short-term solutions you provide to government? So
unfortunately, we are not part of government.
Yeah, but I mean, we're here to, like you said,
suggest
to
I will speak as a patriotic Nigerian.
Go ahead.
Fantastic. You see, firstly, as a president, you asked, I've removed subsidies, so I know people are suffering.
Okay.
I will not rely on Dangote. I will not rely on Dangote. I will compete with Dangote. Firstly, all the money spent by federal government has to be accounted for. Starting from Obasanjo's regime to today, what did you do with repairs of the 4 refineries. Don't forget, some of those refineries were working, even they were not producing payments. They were producing black oil and something for industries. You came in, you said, shut them down, turn around maintenance. You couldn't do it. But Nigeria was static because you couldn't do it. Now, you sold them. Some president came back, they bought them back. I'm giving you synopsis in a short time. Now, they bought them back, they couldn't fix them. Still, we're investing money and the crude oil basis into them. All the people in the spectrum, I want to know them. As a president, I want to get them. I need the NSA, the DSS to give me a comprehensive of who all they are. I will invite them to dinner.
We should be rounding up now. We're out.
So
of time.
what have you done with Nigeria?
I was asking for a short time. This is your
Short
talking about.
Refinery. I'm going. I didn't know we had little time.
Even that will take time.
I will get it done in 6 months.
It won't bring down the cost of tomato.
It will. No, you said what can I do to interject all the policies of government, including removal of subsidies with your question.
Honorable Said, it's easier said than done.
No, it's not easier said than done. What we need to do is that you break down Nigeria the same way it's doing infrastructure with roads. Along with those roads, we have parallel infrastructure, that we have pipelines that can power things and monitor it.
All right, thank you so much.
Whatever destination we plan to have infrastructure.
Thank you. We're out of time. We're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. Thank you.
But it's possible to. Because you see right now,
we don't really
thank you. We're out of time.
We are selling product that matters to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Honorable Said Ajani, for coming. Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you, Lagos, for joining Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unko. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network Studio for the continuation on TMI. Do stay with us.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. A lot of things to talk about today on the show. Welcome on board. I am Anuoluwakmo Stevens. Better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now, our video of the day is a video that went viral over the weekend from the Senate, where the Senate President Godswill Akpabio revived the controversy around a video actually featuring Senator Adams Oshomole. Take a listen to that moment.
When there was a picture showing one of our senators in a plane massaging the leg of a girl.
Well, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians always look forward to the goofy part of the Senate President. Now, the video of the day is about the reigning world champions, no other than Spain, who actually thrashed Argentina yesterday. Now, Spain have won the 2026 FIFA World Cup after defeating Argentina 1-0 after extra time in Sunday's final at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. Substitute Ferran Torres scored a decisive goal in the second period of extra time after Argentina were reduced to 10 men following dismissal of Enes Fernandez late in regulation time. Enough of the talking. Let's have a feel of the moment right here.
In 2026, the champions of the world are Spain.
Me duele en el alma. Lo siento. De estar en el lugar que estoy, es el lugar soñado para todos. Hemos intentado hasta el último momento dar el máximo como cuerpo técnico, los jugadores, y creo que es justo que me pueda tomar este tiempo y pensarlo. Este lugar es maravilloso, maravilloso. Es un lugar soñado. Entonces, para seguir se necesitan un montón de cosas, sobre todo volver a resetearse, volver a formar un grupo como este. Que difícilmente se vuelve a formar y me duele en el alma. Lo siento. Vamos.
And we're seeing these replayed for the first time, so you can see the reactions from some of the Argentina players. Not great to see.
Yeah, but it doesn't surprise you. It doesn't surprise me. I think we've seen this with Argentina before, and it's just not the reaction you want. You know, we've seen some of the reaction after knocking England out in the last round as well, and I think Edson Fernandez has got what he deserves as well. So it's disappointing, but that's just sad. If you lose.
Well, it was a big mix of both yesterday. The tears, the emotion. Shout out to Leo Mercy, by the way. Anyway, how did you take this online? As a tweets and reactions. Well, we'll start off with this user who wrote on X. This is the first time I am seeing Mercy clueless in a game. The Spain team is so organized. Another user reacting. This one wrote, Yamal achieved what young Mbappe did in 2018 World Cup. Now we have the next generation footballers after Ronaldo and Messi. Now finally, this user says on Instagram, thank you Spain for saving the world from noise and giving us peace. I don't know, like a lot of Messi haters right here everywhere. But shout out to Spain, by the way. Now back here in Nigeria, the presidential candidate of NDC, Peter Obi, has said that the 2027 general election will be a contest between Nigerians and President Bola Tinubu. In fact, he restated his claim that he won the 2023 presidential election but was denied victory through electoral manipulation. Take a listen to that moment.
Election yourself, and what you know, and how are you now going to respond with this election?
It's an election I don't like discussing because, you know, I won that election and it was rigged, but that's no problem.
So maybe talk us through on how it, you know, how can the next election, in your view, be how can you break through?
It is my belief that the next election is between the Nigerian people and the government in office. People here might not understand, but I can tell you.
Yeah, tell
the next election is going to be between Nigerian people and people in office, because the Nigerian public probably has had enough. And they are determined that things have to change. And that will come out when we...
Well, how true is this? Now, reacting to this online, this is what netizens have been saying. This user wrote on socials. Let's start off with this one who wrote on social media. This one says, that's a significant allegation. Hopefully, the facts are examined through the appropriate legal and electoral processes. Another user reacting to this story wrote, this is the only problem I have with PO. They are asking you practical questions, but avoiding being rigged out again. And your response was, the next election is going to be between the government and Nigerian people. So the 2023 election was between the government and the people of Russia, yeah? Or the Russian people? Well, good question there, if I would say. Now, finally, if we have the final reaction on this particular story, This user wrote on X still, he did not win the 2023 election. He's a dishonest, delusional man. How can he keep claiming he won but was rigged out, and yet he couldn't prove it? And this user went on and on and on. I honestly wish I could take all of my stories here, but because of the time, we have to go now. Thank you so much for being a part of the show, and shout out to the reigning champion, Spain. We'll do this again tomorrow on behalf of the team, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State, Nigeria. See you again tomorrow. Good day. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
One thing I understand about BP is high blood pressure.
My BP is okay now.
What is your BP again?
It's 0 level.
I understand BP is like something that can come and take any individual at any time, and your system will just go high
At times, you cannot understand what is now happening to your system.
Do you know your BP right now?
Actually, I'm not a doctor, but I know my BP is fine.
Stress is the body's physiological and psychological reaction to challenges or demands. It is generally categorized into three main temporal types: acute, episodic, and chronic, and two co-emotional types, positive and negative. Strangely, in Nigeria today, many families are under immense pressure, most especially the men, fathers and mothers, due to harsh economic realities, and unsustainable source of livelihood finds it difficult to cope mentally, physiologically, socially, morally, and financially. This puts immense pressure on the family, hence the society. Some lack the financial muscle to go to the hospital whenever they feel overwhelmed by severe headache, body aches and pains, opting for placebos like pain relief medication to ease the pains, unaware that the blood pressure has shot up. Perhaps requires medical attention to bring it back to normal. A man wakes up in the morning, considered hale and healthy, only to slump and die without noticeable medical analysis. A woman can be overjoyous and bubbling one moment, and the next moment she is pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. Stress is real, and the way you choose to handle it determines how far you will live as an individual on planet Earth. Some Nigerians do not see the need to go for medical checkup irrespective of their age, status, and religion. Many, due to financial constraints, may not want to risk the money for feeding the family for medical expenses. The rise in cases of insecurity in the country is not even helping matters. Nigerians are always exposed to various degrees of stress each day, accumulating to what might one day lead to an irreversible health issue, and if not properly checked, might lead to terminal disease that will eventually end the life of such an individual. Unmanaged or unregulated stress leads to high blood pressure, which by all standard is a silent killer. Many are unaware of the dangers they are exposed to on a daily basis due to inability of individuals to dictate the imbalance in their blood pressure, which might not come with any sign or symptom until it's too late. For some, due to religious beliefs, they do everything possible to avoid hospitals. Some have this mental block of what you do not know cannot kill you. Alas, all this means of postponing the inevitable.
High blood pressure is a killer disease. In this part of the world, most people are ignorant. You will see an average black people, they will tell you they don't have high blood pressure. It doesn't ring bell. Some say it's hereditary anyway, but most of the thing that's going to be problem, pressure, as the name implies. Because if you are bored and you have a series of problems, you are unable to manage all these problems, your blood pressure will rise. And when it rises to a particular percentage, death can arise. You can go paralyzed, you can develop stroke. So my advice to people today is that don't wait until when you fall sick before you take your blood pressure. There are a lot of hospitals today in Nigeria that offer even blood pressure check for free. So I advise people to always check their blood pressure so that they don't wait until when the thing has gone to a stage where they will be running up and down before consulting medical facilities. At my age, I am 15 by now. If I tell you my blood pressure is so amazing. My blood pressure is 120/80. Just like when I go to the hospital and I tell the doctors about my blood pressure, they say my blood pressure look like that of children. So my blood pressure is very normal. The problem a lot of people have is that you see, when we say blood pressure is normal, it's 120/80. It's within the range. The most especially the down one of it is what we need to pay more emphasis to, because the downward, the moment is above 100, that means your life is at risk.
Coping with stress in Nigeria requires active management of economic pressures, traffic and demanding workplaces, effective strategies including setting strict boundaries, practicing deep breathing, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and leaning on community networks. Professional mental health support is also increasingly accessible through local digital platforms. Managing stress in the Nigerian context involves a combination of personal, environmental, and structural approaches. First, financial and economic management budgeting. With rising living costs, prioritize essential expenses and strictly cut off non-essential. Multiple income streams. Explore side hustles or digital skills that can be managed from home to ease financial anxiety. The second way to manage stress, physical and mental wellness, limit stimuli. Disconnect from news and social media at least 2 hours before bedtime to prevent information overload. Breathing and meditation. Use a 3-3-3 rule in moments of panic. Identify 3 objects, 3 sounds, and move 3 body parts. Rests and routine. Prioritize a consistent sleep schedule, 7 to 8 hours, and make time for regular physical exercise. For diet, reduce heavy caffeine and alcohol intake as they can mimic or exacerbate anxiety.
There is a need for everyone to always go for medical checkup, because we always preach and let the patient understand the fact that prevention is better than cure, and knowing your body health status will enable you know what to do to prevent the complication of some certain disease conditions that are not curable. And the very important one of these disease conditions that are not curable include hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and so many other ones that are though not too common. Hypertension is a disease defined as the force of blood pushing against the arterial wall becoming persistently high. It therefore means that the heart will not be overworking or overloading itself, which can result to some certain complication that may result to demise or death of the patient.
Walk and traffic commute strategies. If living in hubs like Lagos or Abuja or even in Benin City, use offline or localized traffic apps to plan routes and avoid peak rush hours. Listen to calming audio or podcasts during unavoidable gridlock. Workplace boundaries. Learn to politely say no to extra workloads when feeling overwhelmed and avoid stretching work hours into your personal life.
Quite a number of persons are living with hypertension and it's not diagnosed, meaning that they are not even aware that they are living with hypertension until complication will start coming up, which may result to the patient's death. According to World Health Organization, 46% of people with hypertension are living with it undiagnosed. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of hypertension. We have the primary hypertension and we have the secondary hypertension. The primary hypertension is refers to the essential hypertension. It therefore means that the cause of hypertension is not identifiable. The cause of hypertension is not known. However, it starts by gradual build-up of the blood pressure until it reaches a level that will not cause the patient to not becoming hypertensive. Other than the primary hypertension, we still have what we call the secondary hypertension. There are some certain disease conditions that somebody may have that will not cause his or her blood pressure to become elevated. For example, people that have adrenal gland tumor, which include pheochromocytoma or primary aldosteronism or Cushing syndrome, as the case may be. All these are hormonal gland disease that may result to somebody not becoming hypertensive. Not only that, people that has thyroid gland disease that may suffer what we call thyrotoxicosis, they can have hypertension. Not only that, people that suffer stress, what we call type A individual, such people also will become hypertensive. Clinically, we divide hypertension into 3 groups. We have what we call the mild, moderate, and severe. Mild, moderate, and severe. It depends on the reading of your blood pressure. That will enable us to know whether it is mild, moderate, or severe. The blood pressure is measured in millimeter mercury. The upper one, when you take your blood pressure, when you go to any hospital and they use a sphygmomanometer, which is this clinical instrument to measure your blood pressure. These are the 2 clinical instruments that we use to measure the blood pressure. This is a sphygmomanometer and this is a stethoscope. So when the blood pressure reading is taken, they will always tell you the numerator, which is the upper value. The upper value is the systolic blood pressure, while the lower one is called the diastolic blood pressure. Your normal blood pressure should fall between 110 to 120 systolic. 110 to 120 systolic. That is, your blood pressure can be 120 it can be 110, it can be 105, it can be 115 as the case may be. Then the lower value is between 70 to 80. 70 to 80, it should fall within that range. That is to say that the normal blood pressure can be 110 over 80. It can be 120 over 80 millimeter mercury. So if your blood pressure at any point in time now goes above 140/90, if your blood pressure now falls above 140/90, that is, if the systolic, the upper value is more than 140 millimeter mercury, and the down part is more than 90 millimeter mercury, it therefore means that you are becoming hypertensive, and there's a need for you to be told of some certain things you have to do to ensure that the blood pressure returns back to normal. And there are some certain risk factors that will cause somebody to becoming hypertensive. And one of those risk factors is age. Most often than not, people that are 55 years and above, they just become hypertensive. Even in that initial, they were never hypertensive at the beginning. The family history, it therefore means that hypertension was in the family. When your father is hypertensive, or your mother was hypertensive, there's a tendency for the hypertension to now be transferred to the offspring, because of the genetic locus, as the case may be. Not only that, some women, when they are pregnant, they just develop, because of hormonal influence, they develop hypertension when they are pregnant, what we call pre-eclampsia. At the point when they are pregnant, that is when they became hypertensive. It's a risk factor in developing hypertension in future, even when the woman is no longer pregnant. Not only that, not exercising. People that indulge in sedentary lifestyle, when you don't exercise, when there's obesity, accumulation of fat, these are risk factors in developing hypertension. The people that don't sleep well, there's what we call obstructive sleep apnea. When you don't sleep well, there's tendency for somebody to develop hypertension. Then people that consume high sodium, foods, is a substance that increases the blood pressure. So presently, even the NAFDAC is trying to even convert most of the domestic salt use from sodium chloride to potassium chloride. There's a need for you to consume more potassium chloride than the sodium chloride, though the potassium chloride is more expensive as the case may be. Then reduce your fatty intake. Cholesterol tend to build up in the artery. As I said earlier on, that the force of blood, against the arterial wall, when it becomes elevated. So anything that is capable of reducing the caliper or the aperture of the artery of the heart will certainly cause hypertension or cause increased or elevated blood pressure. So taking fatty food, or when there's high cholesterol in the blood that is capable of reducing the aperture, will result to hypertension. So reduce your fatty intake, take more of your saturated fat. Then not only that, there's a need for you to also do a regular body checkup. Doing a regular body checkup to identify most of the disease that is causing a secondary hypertension, and when cured, of course, it's a way of combating hypertension, like kidney related disease.
Community and support social connections, engage in group activities, sport or religious communities, sharing experiences with trusted friends or family can significantly reduce emotional burdens. Professional help. Do not hesitate to seek therapy or counseling platforms like Find a Helpline Nigeria provide localized, confidential access to mental health resources and crisis hotlines.
People might not be living with hypertension, with elevated blood pressure, they move around until complication comes up. The person might just fall down when the person is going to church, or even try to give an offering, or even while in a seminar room, or even while delivering a lecture, because the hypertension itself does not manifest any symptom until when it becomes like a medical emergency with complication. Medical emergency with complication means that there's already an organ damage. That is when the person, will manifest symptoms of hypertension. However, the commonest symptom of hypertension that persons might manifest include the headache. Some person might also manifest nose bleeding. Some person might manifest, breathlessness. Some person might have swelling of the foot. Some person might manifest palpitation, which is the the heart beating very fast. But be that as it may, those complications will actually come up if there's already a complication. Primarily, hypertension might not manifest any symptom. It's just symptomless. That's why we say it's a silent killer. So there is a need for one to always know his or her status. The reason why you have to go to an hospital, go to a clinic, go to a pharmacy, go to any healthcare facility nearby to make sure your blood pressure is checked. The commonest cause of stroke worldwide, the commonest cause of stroke in Nigeria, the commonest cause of stroke in Benin City is hypertension, where you see somebody just fall down, at the end of the day they come down with paralysis or weakness of the face or weakness of the one part of the limb, which is stroke, is hypertension. So other than the fact that hypertension can cause stroke, hypertension can also cause coronary artery disease, which can cause heart attack, can cause heart failure, can cause angina pectoris, heart pain, as the case may be. Hypertension can also result to hypertensive nephropathy. The commonest cause of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease after infection is hypertension. You can see that hypertension can cause quite a number of organ damage in the human body. Not only that, hypertension can also cause somebody to experience blindness, what we call hypertensive retinopathy. You might just wake up and see that you are having a blurry vision, and your blurry vision might be as a result that your blood pressure is elevated and have resulted to the retinal artery getting burst, as the case may be. Not only that, somebody may also have a complication of peripheral artery disease condition, which may result to erectile dysfunction. Not only that, some persons might begin to have what we call the peripheral neuropathy, a situation whereby you begin to feel some part of your body not working well, or blood not feeling sensation or loss of sensation in that part of the body. That might just be as a result of hypertension causing that complication. Not only that, some person might also begin to suffer what we call dementia, which is cognitive dysfunction, whereby the person lost personality, lost thinking, cognition, as the case may be. All these are complications of hypertension. So you see that hypertension may sound very simple to the hearing, but the complication it may cause to any man may be the cause of death of the person. So when you are hypertensive, there are certain lifestyle modification. Overthinking certainly will cause hypertension. When we were talking about the secondary cause of hypertension, we said stress. When you are stressed because of economic difficulties, challenges, loss of job, marital problem or discord, as the case may be. So when you are overthinking, there is a way your body will not react. Your brain will react. There's what we call the adrenopituitary, reaction. So when you are overthinking, your brain tends to release an hormone, which is called the cortisol, from the pituitary adrenal cortex axis. So this cortisol that your body releases during stressful condition is to actually combat your stress. But however, the cortisol that is now released to combat the stress will now cause an increase in blood pressure. This is the pathophysiology of how somebody that is thinking, somebody that is overwhelmed with thoughts, brooding, stressful condition will become hypertensive because of the cortisol that is released. Lifestyle modification that one can employ to combat being hypertensive include do endurance exercise, ensure that you do exercise. Then you have to eat good food. Eat food that contain potassium rather than sodium. And very common food that contains potassium include avocado pear, eat potato, eat banana. These are food that can help to combat and reduce your blood pressure, as the case may be. Then not only that, reduce your alcohol intake. Excessive intake of alcohol can cause hypertension. So when you are hypertensive, or you have been diagnosed to be hypertensive and you are still indulging in alcohol, there's a need for you to reduce your alcohol intake. Not only that, if you are obese, obesity is a risk factor in developing hypertension. Try and burn down your fat. Reduce your fatty food intake. Take more vegetable, take fruit, take water to burn down fat. Burning down fat, reducing fat in your body is a way of preventing hypertension. Not only that, those who smoke cigarettes, use of nicotine. Nicotine has been known to increase blood pressure because the nicotine has a substance that refers to as when it is metabolized, it forms what we call the benzoyl-pyrene 7-HDazothioneoxide. All these are substances that is in nicotine or the cigar, which when it enters the system, it has a way of increasing blood pressure for somebody to become hypertensive. So when you smoke and you have been told you are not hypertensive, there's a need for you to cut down smoking. I mean, these are lifestyle modifications that one can employ in combating hypertension. And not only that, there's a need for you to always have a personal physician, have a personal doctor that will help to check your body. Form the habit of checking your blood pressure once in a month. It's not difficult. Once in a month, you can go to any healthcare center, you can go to any health facility to always get your blood pressure checked and ask them if it's elevated. If it's elevated, you will be told of what to do because hypertension is a silent killer. You must not have any symptom for you to not say, oh, it's like I have hypertension. Most often than not, people that are diagnosed with hypertension in the hospital, it is because of the fact that they already developed the complication that will make them to come to an hospital for the complaint. For the vital sign, which is the checking of the blood pressure, they will not be told eventually that it's their blood pressure that now resulted to their complication. So always check your blood pressure. Checking your blood pressure is a way of preventing hypertension. Stay healthy, stay good, and stay nice.
Once you clock 40 and above, make a habit of going for medical checkup. Whether you are sick or not, it's irrelevant. Make sure you know and manage your blood pressure to prevent a timely health challenge that can eventually lead to death. Remember to maintain a healthy lifestyle. You must avoid eating too much junk food, drinking too much alcohol, alcoholic mixture, smoking tobacco or hard drugs. Exercise frequently, and by any means look for a trusted friend, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, a pastor or an imam, a traditional practitioner when the pressure or stress is too much for you to bear. Wilson or Marshall reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, Age Group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, Age Group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a field up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
Abandonment of wife and children remains a growing concern in our Nigerian society. We're looking at the social, legal concerns, and outside the emotional trauma it comes with, the financial burden, the other challenges that could be associated with it. How can we resolve this, tackling it headlong? We started with a part 1 series last week, and we promised that we're going to be bringing you a part 2 of wife abandonment alongside the children. And basically, we look at this and how we can tackle this headlong. And all of this has been an issue that many homes are suffering today. What is the responsibility of the husband, father in a home? And if the husband or father leaves the home, abandoning the responsibilities, what could be the consequence? Well, looking at the part 2 series, I still have the legal luminary with me, Emmanuel Obapolo. Big thanks for still being here.
It's a pleasure being here.
My name is Philip Omo-Gyukbo. Well, we interrogate this looking at the ADRO, because I understand the fact that there could be other ways, mechanisms that we can seek help in tackling the challenges that the wife and children could be faced with as a result of the abandonment by the husband, okay? So how can we appropriate a definition of ADRO as it relates to this?
Okay, ADR simply means alternative dispute resolution. By its meaning, literally, it means that it is another form of dispute, of resolving dispute without necessarily going through the traditional courtroom system. That's just what ADR means. Some persons could best describe it as settlement between parties or amongst parties without the traditional courtroom system. That is ADR.
Okay,
and the court does encourage ADR.
Okay, we understand that basically for us to kickstart resolution, it's not really always a common practice for sufferers or victims to head to the court. But again, how effective is this ADRO?
ADR is very effective, and it helps or assists to lessen the burden on the courts. ADR, just now, like I did say from the outset, that the court does encourage alternative dispute resolution to matters that are even pending in courts, where the court encourage the parties to go and resolve themselves or resolve whatever is the issue or issues between them or amongst them. And by so doing, most times the matter is resolved, they come back to court for court to give it a consent judgment in most times. So the ADR is very necessary just now, particularly in the 21st century that we find ourselves or that we are living in just now. I think ADR is a better means of resolving matter, because by the time the party themselves and whoever is the middleman that resolve the matter come to an amicable settlement or amicable resolution of whatever has been the issue or issues between or amongst them, I think it is better for them, and it promotes unity, it promotes friendship, and it promotes goodness amongst the persons.
What institutions constitute ADRO channels?
Well, ADR, we have types of ADR. One, we have what is called negotiation. Negotiation is a process where the parties themselves, without necessarily involving a third party,
like the husband and the wife,
a mediator, as the case may be, they resolve themselves in an amicable manner, and where they think they want to make it a binding document with respect to the negotiation that they've arrived at, they cannot seek for an expert, and that by so doing will lead to another type of alternative dispute resolution, which is known as expert determination. The expert is a person who is a professional in a particular field or profession or career, and that expert will guide the parties to an amicable resolution wherein upon the resolution of whatever is the issue between them, it will now reduce it to writing, and it will have a binding force between or amongst the parties.
Okay, but I understand the fact that if we look at it, the ADRO channel, in resolving disputes that has to do with abandonment of wife and children, we may be having some constraints. Some have already critiqued it, that if the judgment or if the decisions taken at that level could be binding enough that one can also use for litigation, peradventure that channel fails. So how binding is such decisions?
Most times, ADR is binding between or amongst the parties when it is reduced into writing, and the parties themselves agree to whatever resolution they have arrived at is binding on them. If a party violates the resolution that has been reached between or amongst them, that document cannot be filed in court so that it will have a binding force by the court.
We have dispute resolutions like within the families, for instance, where the extended family can come in and resolve. How effective is that?
Well, it is effective because that is the traditional way of settling matters or issues amongst parties, as the case may be. And before now, families, where it has to do with matrimonial matters, whether it is marriage under the Act or marriage under the native law and custom, we have seen how families were able to resolve the parties. And it becomes binding because where the family told the line of truth and justice,
exactly.
They will arrive at an amicable settlement of whatever is the resolution between or amongst the parties. But where there is an atom or a concern of bias, that is where you begin to find out that the parties will begin to frown at whatever resolution they have arrived at. Even in court judgment, there are situations where because the court is not a magician, the court is not where the parties have been. The court is not privy to whatever has been the issue between the parties. It is what the parties bring to court that the court will now look at and evaluate and arrive at whatever decision the court arrives at. And we've seen where people will say, oh, this court judgment, I am not in agreement with it. And that is why the law, particularly the Constitution, provides for an alternative route, which is for the person to go upstairs. And we'll see appeals and counter appeals. And even just now, we have seen, particularly in election petition matters, even when the Supreme Court arrived at the judgment, people still frown at it. The parties, their well-wishers and privies and surrogates, they begin to talk about it. But the good thing is that you don't have any other place to go but to go to the court of public opinion. It becomes mere opinion and not a binding force.
Well, we're looking at this, but let's look at where some spouses could be dominant. While we could have some spouses that may not be dominant, where you just made mention of it, that there could be situations that will bring about bias, in all of this. Now, what can you say is the most effective way to resolve issues under this branch of abandonment of wife and children, looking at the ADR?
Most importantly, to my mind, I think the best way, alternative to resolving matrimonial matters, captured, be it abandonment of wife and children, be it abandonment of husband and children, whichever form or manner it takes, I think the traditional way of resolution of issues between or amongst parties should be the appropriate way. But
some have frowned at it.
Yes.
Some have said that Some families could be biased and take side with the man, for instance, because if you look at the traditional setting in Africa, the man seems to always have his way in everything. He's seen as the head of the home, and he's seen as someone who can never do wrong, even though there are skirmishes or features of him, going against the rules that binds the relationship. So in that case, don't you see some gaps that could be closed?
When we talk of marriage now, we are looking at the two types of marriage or marriages that we have. One, marriage under the act. Two, marriage under the native law and custom. And if you look at the traditional way of resolution of issues amongst parties, most times it favors marriage under native law and custom. And that is why those who have advocated for resolution of matrimonial matters have advocated that most times it should be resolution, the alternative dispute resolution favors more importantly marriage under native law and custom. And by so doing, it is also in public domain that the resolution of marriage under native law and custom seem to favor the man more than the woman. And why is because most times the woman may be asked to refund the bride price paid on her head by the man. And when that is done, it is deemed that that marriage has died a natural death, or that marriage can no longer exist between the parties. But nobody seems to ask the question of what next? What compensation should also be given to the woman? Well, all toes towards a direction. And that direction, to my mind, seems to be that Africa is a man's world. But when you look at marriage under the arts, and marriage under the arts seem also to favor the woman, because even upon the issuance of the certificate, particularly where the marriage is conducted in the church, and I've also witnessed marriages under the arts in a ministry of what do you call this ministry now? Interior. Okay. Is it Ministry of Interior? Yes, correct. Ministry of Interior. I've witnessed some of them. Even the issuance of the certificate is to the woman. She's given to keep the certificate. What that simply means is that the certificate is her property. You get it? And the certificate also is a license for her protection. So, we're saying, anytime that there is...
So the certificate is a weapon of defense?
Yes, for our protection.
Okay.
So when there is, maybe that's why in some situations where there is crisis between the parties, you see the woman talking louder because she seems to have the weapon of protection in her custody.
Under the statutory acts.
Under the marriage under the acts, or what is called, also called statutory marriage. So you cannot say that there is a divide. Marriage under the act seems to favor the woman. Marriage under native law and custom seems to favor the man. Then when we have a situation where both parties contract marriage under the act and marriage under native law and custom, we have made to understand that the marriage under the act seems to swallow the marriage under native law and custom. And that is why in such situation where there is dispute and they choose to go to court, the court now has jurisdiction over that matter, and the question of marriage under native law and custom will not arise. So dispute resolution, the court cannot look at it and see how, based on the facts before the court, evaluate same and come up with an appropriate or a proper judgment.
Okay. We'll take a short break. Do stay. Good to have you join us once more. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omo-Gupon. I still have the legal practitioner with me, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, let's look at another aspect where it could be considered in the direction of the welfare of the children, for instance, and taking a child outside wedlock. Can we say such a child can also enjoy such proportionate support from the laws?
Yes, it depends. It is yes, and it is also no. Now, marriage contracted under the Act, where the child is gotten before that marriage, what the man needs to do is what the law refers to as acknowledgement. He needs to acknowledge that child to his spouse and family members. And where he doesn't, such child could be deemed illegitimate. But in our setting, particularly the African atmosphere, no child is illegitimate. No child. Particularly where a man, after contracting marriage under the Act or statutory marriage, and goes outside to carry out what I call
extramarital.
No, what I call satellite campuses, and have other children. The question now will be, will those children be legitimate children?
Would they enjoy the rights?
Would they enjoy such rights? The answer also is a yes and a no. But the man must have acknowledged those children in the presence of members of his family.
So acknowledgement is the basis for giving them that right, for them to be endowed with.
Yes, is the qualification.
Otherwise, they won't be
They remain whoever they are. Yes.
But you said under the African setting, for instance,
no child is
illegitimate.
And by virtue of the provision of Section 42,
but shouldn't that be also the way forward? Because if we are to look at reforms in the direction of giving rights to children, it isn't the blame wouldn't be on the child if the father refuses to acknowledge. And so by virtue of that, shouldn't there be reforms in our laws where, whether by acknowledgement or not, as long as a child is born and is determined to see that the child is the father is the biological father of such a child, shouldn't that be the way forward for reforms? The question so that the child can enjoy the rights, whether being acknowledged or not.
The question would be, how do you determine whether the child is the biological child of that person, particularly where the person is deceased?
DNA test, of course, we have that.
You see the process. However, Section 42, subsection 2 of the extant Nigerian Constitution prohibits the illegitimacy of any person.
Exactly.
Of any person. You cannot, by his state of birth or statutes, now determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of
or deny the child of
his rights. You cannot by that. But you know,
so we have such laws. Is that
yes, Section 42, subsection 2. It guarantees the safety of that child.
So in a situation where a father, for instance, denies such a child acknowledgement, can that child exercise such litigation in court?
Yes, and it is going to be.
Can that child exercise such right?
That child can. But you know the process that the child is going to go through, because there's going to be a lot of hurdles for him to cross, particularly where the people begin to ask so many questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who is your mother? Where is your mother? How did you get to know so and so is your father? Okay, if that is the case, let us go and do DNA test. And you know that process must first be completed, must first be determined before you cannot say, okay, is a legitimate child of our brother.
Okay, but
so that a stranger will not come and claim legitimacy where he ought not to belong to that family.
Okay, are you bringing a consideration where the man could be deceased?
Yes, that's where the man is deceased.
Otherwise, if the man is not
deceased,
the
man is not deceased,
it's just a wrong DNA test.
Yes,
if he denies it.
It is even the paternity question of that child will be from the man and not from anyone else. But where the paternity question, where the man is deceased, the paternity question will now come from members of the family and probably the wife. And you know the woman must ask that question.
But when we have a challenge where the man refuses to acknowledge or recognize that the child, he is the legitimate father of such a child, what happens?
Thank God for science. DNA will solve the question. That the question of the legitimacy of that child or the paternity.
Is the man bound by any obligation to surrender himself for a DNA?
He's bound by
Doesn't he have the right
he must
to refuse?
As long as the child says, you are my father, and the child gives reasons that will bring the question of who owns this child from the evidence presented by the child, the man is bound to subject himself.
How? How is he bound? By the virtue of the fact that the so-called son is saying that he is the father?
Yes.
Peradventure now denies. I said, I'm not your father.
How can he?
So what could happen to make the man to be bound by the act to surrender himself for a paternity test?
The child could go to court.
Exactly.
Constitute an action in court against the supposed father. And the court will grant his request for a paternity test, that the man should subject himself to DNA test to determine the paternity of the child. He has that right.
I said that to say this because most times we have such strong-headed men that will say no matter whose ox is God, they will want to go through that test because probably they know themselves that they must have committed one act or the other that brought about such incidents, you know. But going forward, what could be the reforms? Like a challenge where some have raised, a question that was raised. If the woman, for instance, suffers neglect emotionally, could the court also address that aspect where compensations can be made for the woman who was neglected by the spouse, even though after the remedy has been done, comes in and takes care of the financial obligation? But what about the emotional neglect? Can such a woman seek redress in court in that direction?
Yes. Like I did say, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Acts provide for that. I know that could be that is criminal. It means that the man is going to go through a criminal trial
for a man to leave his wife.
Yes.
For allowing her to go through such emotional trauma.
Yes.
The man could be charged for it.
Yes. And not
abandoning financially or the financial burden, no. Just emotional, as in abandoning her, not even sleeping with her.
Emotionally. The woman
can a man be charged to court for that?
Yes, it can be charged. It's an abandonment. It can be charged. If you know that you just keep her and you don't want it, what you need to do, you file for divorce. You file for divorce.
So it's the responsibility of the man to play his role
as a responsible father.
Otherwise, if he fails to play his role, the woman can sue.
Yes, as a responsible father or a responsible husband, you need to do the needful.
What if the man says he's not in the mood?
It's not in the mood. Then file for divorce.
Never in the mood to be close to the woman.
Then file for divorce, and not to just keep her and abandon her. And probably, and you know, in such situation where emotionally you abandon the other spouse, then the possibility of abandoning her financially is also there. Is that it must be tied to it. Every form of responsibility that you ought to take with respect to the spouse, you withdraw them and neglect the spouse.
We've seen men. You know, we can't place a number on it, but let's say majority or 50% of men, or less than that, anyways, that go about on extramarital relationships, even when they know that they are married to the woman legally under the act. what does the law have to say in such situations where men, go denigrate their marriage vows and go into extramarital relationships, affairs? Does the law frown at such?
Frowns at it, and it's clear, very, very clear. The only thing is that if the woman does not cry out, who knows? Who will hear it? So not until
it takes the woman to cry
out. And by crying out, I mean,
and show evidence.
Yes, by crying out
that the husband has a side chick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Not another woman in put in a matrimonial will. We're looking at just a side chick. There's no
satellite campus.
Of course, yes. So which means the man can't do that.
Yes, the woman can.
The law frowns against the man to have extramarital relationship.
Wow. That is bigamy. It's the offense of bigamy. So the woman can institute an action against the man.
What could be the
find? Then in our setting, just like I did say, that this African atmosphere favors the man, so it presents a man's world. But then the law has made provisions for remedy to cushion such steps taken by the man.
It's left for the women to take actions on these laws.
But the question again is, how many of them have that orientation?
But exactly why the program is here.
Yes.
Exactly why we have such a program, to give them such orientation and let them know their right. But if you know your right as a citizen, as a woman, then it equips you to defend yourself legally.
But you
can add the challenges you are facing in your matrimonial home.
But some persons could even look at programs like this and say, let me put it in our local parlance. Don't mind them, they just want to spare marriages. You hear people waiting that they talk there now, just now. Some persons could particularly the men folk, will frown at that and say, what are they talking about? Don't mind them, they are jobless people. What is law? You understand? But most women are going through hell even in their matrimonial home.
All right.
Maybe because they don't have the orientation. 1. 2, maybe because their family background. 3, maybe because they just want to keep the marriage at all costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel Obapolo. Thank you so much. I'm afraid there's much we can take on to this episode. Well, this is just to equip you with the laws as a weapon that you have, as your rights, that any situation you find yourself that seems to be unfavorable in your matrimony, you equip yourself with these opportunities given by the law to seek redress in court and make sure that you get justice. We have various institutions, under the ADRO. We also have the court, under the Statutory Act, that can also help to marshal such, considerations in order for you to get justice. So if you have any challenges, it's just for you to approach the court, and then that can be done. But before we go, how can such a process be started in 30 seconds?
If it is under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act or the Criminal Code or Penal Code, as the case may be, is to report the matter to the police.
Okay.
And the police investigate and charge.
Or you get a lawyer. When can a lawyer come in?
A lawyer is when you want to institute the matter in court under Civil Matrimonial Causes Act, under matrimonial causes. So you approach a lawyer who will now help to institute the matter in court.
All right, thank you. This is a very huge topic and very sensitive at that. We will continue to interrogate it to make sure that you get justice in this direction. I am Philip Omo Yupon. We'll see you on the next episode. Bye for now.
time on Ladies Night. My name is Daisy Leah Sikidi, your host, and I have Elosa Egwasa with me in the studio again. It's a delight to have you, Elosa.
Yeah, good evening.
Good
How
evening.
Are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
You look good.
Thank you very much. And you?
Neat and well put together.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're talking about grooming essentials for ladies. This is the second half of the year already. We're about to end 2026, and it will amaze you that some ladies do not know what they should be doing to look good, to stand out. They don't know the basics they should be getting. Exactly. It is not necessarily about fashion tips, but it's going to be all encompassing on today's show. For those who do not know what is grooming, I know there is a definition of grooming that is in a negative, like where an older man gets a younger girl, like very young. The way people say Two-Face was grooming Annie when she was a teenager. You have the girl, you teach her to satisfy your needs so that you can exploit her innocence, her finance, and whatnot. Right? No, that's not the grooming we're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay, but I'm going to let Eloisa talk about what grooming is so you can understand what grooming it is we're talking about and how important it is to women this 2026. Thank you.
All right, Daisy, thank you very much for that question. Okay, first of all, grooming talks about our personal hygiene. As a lady, grooming talks about how we take good care of ourselves, our hair down to our toes, how we take care of our body. Because you see, grooming gives us that first impression. It gives us high self-esteem. So when you take proper care of yourself, when you take proper care of your body, when you are walking, you walk with confidence, you walk with boldness, you know you look good, you smell nice. So that's what grooming is all about. That's what we are discussing today.
Okay,
yeah.
But how important is grooming for a woman? I mean, I just bath, I wear clothes, I'm good to go, but
it's very, very essential for a woman. It's very, very essential because you need to look good. You need to use deodorant too. You know, there are some persons, they just once they bathe, they are good to go. There are some essentials you need as a woman to look good. You need to smell nice. You let people see you and say yes. It does not necessarily mean you have to be very, very expensive. So you have to look good in the best way you can. There are good deodorant, there are good body sprays you can use. They are not too expensive to look good. Yeah, not just bathing alone and living. So you have to take care of your body. You have to take care of even up to your face. Use face moisturizers. You use face cleanser and the rest to take good care of yourself. You have to look good as a woman because once you appear like this, people see you first. They see your face, they see your hair, they look at you first. So I feel it's very, very essential we look good, not just bathing and wearing clothes and leaving the house alone.
Okay, so if you're one of those women who think once you've had a bath, you're good to go, just wear any dress and you just go, you don't take out time to think about the merging of this clothes.
Exactly.
You don't take out time to see if your hair is properly secure. You don't take out time to check the mirror, double check before you leave the house. You don't want to even know if the shoes you're wearing are clean. But this conversation is definitely for you. All right, but what should our daily grooming routine actually be? I've seen several videos on YouTube and sometimes TikTok, and I'm amazed where you see some people's morning routine, just morning routine to groom their face, only face, just face prep. And 30 minutes they're still on it. And there was one I saw one day, I'm like, only for face. You know, there was he woke up, he had patch, there was this eye patch to deal with the swollen eyes. When it was done, after 30 minutes, he took it off, he washed with a particular soap, then he put his face inside ice. He explained what that was for. Then he had a shower, he had a particular cleanser for his face, he had to apply sunscreen. By the time he was done with all he had to do for face, I said, wahala. What will I now do to the rest part of my body? But what should a regular grooming routine be for a lady?
Okay, like I said earlier, a daily routine for a lady is to always look good. Now, how do you look good? You always take care of your hair. It does not mean you have to be very expensive. Or if you don't have the money like the one you just described now, like buying all the facials and the rest, there are still products you can use that are not that expensive to look good. Yes, you have to take care of your nails too. There are some persons, when you look at their nails, it's not well to do. When you look at, when there are some persons, they talk, you look for where to put your nose. So you have to, yeah, you have to brush, you have to take care of your body parts, you have to use deodorant, very important. There are some persons, they don't even know the use of deodorant. I keep emphasizing on deodorant. There are some persons, they don't bother, they just feel, let them just, I beg, let me just bathe. And you have to bathe regularly. There are some persons, they don't bother, they just bathe once a day. It's not right. You bathe regularly, you bathe like, okay, let's say maybe because you are going to work, you don't have the time to bathe in the afternoon. You can bathe in the morning, you bathe in the evening. There are some persons, once they come back from work, that's how they sleep. They don't even bother about bathing. At least brush your feet like twice a day. Brush your teeth, take care of your body parts. They are very, very essential. Also pay attention to your face, because when people see you, they see your face. So you pay attention to your face. Like you just said, the person doing a lot of facials, doing this and that on the face. It is important too, but it doesn't mean you have to break the bank to achieve all of this. So let your hair look good. Just, there are some persons, they can carry weaving for like a very long period of time. So you have to change it. Yes, it has bad odors. So you have to change it. You have to work on your body appearance. So those are your daily routines for as a lady. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't need too much. Brush your mouth.
Yeah, you don't need too much.
Bathe twice a day.
You don't
clean
have to be
up,
too expensive.
use deodorant.
Yeah.
And keep your hair and nails clean.
clean.
Okay. It would amaze you that both of us actually not wearing artificial nails.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you're not wearing?
No, not as safe, maybe because of the cost or anything. I don't feel like to wear.
Okay.
So yeah, and my nails are very, very neat. Like right now, as you can see.
I can.
They are clean.
Okay, I used to be obsessed with artificial nails at some point. I love how it feels. I love how it looks when I'm holding my phone.
Yeah,
and
it has a beauty.
other things.
Yeah,
there's
a beauty.
a lot of it.
Yeah.
But it started damaging my natural nails, and I had to take a break from it. And this year I've only had artificial nails once, and I think I'll have it one more time, and I'm done. And I probably will be done for several years.
Really?
Yes.
Is it that bad to your
It's that
nails?
bad.
Wow.
It's really bad. It's so bad. I don't love how I react to it. So I'll just keep it trimmed, keep it neat, and if I really must have cutters on, okay, I'll wear the cutters. The problem I have with the cutters we have now is many of them don't last. And,
it start breaking after 2 days.
It's washing off. And if you need to look properly groomed, you can't be going with cheap nails and nail cutters that is already peeling off. So it
looks odd
and tacky.
Yeah.
So after 2 days, I'm going to have to clean off and cut it again. So it's a lot of work. Grooming takes time.
Exactly.
But to follow the trend, all right, how often should we update our grooming toolkits? I want to put it like that. Like, I know toothbrushes, some people will say you change your brush after 3 months.
Yeah.
So you can still, your hairbrush, should you change it often? Your underwear, should you change it often? But some of these things, how often should we update our grooming toolkits to stay fresh?
Okay. Yeah, as a lady, you have to update them monthly. You check out for expired products, especially the
sanitary towel.
Yeah, sanitary towels and the rest. Especially for the face too. Those your makeup kits you use. Like I said earlier, you don't have to be too expensive. Check out for the expiry dates too. So you have to change monthly. And for your toothbrush, like they said, 2 months or 3 months, it's fine. You don't need to overuse it until the thing is now bent. Like there's some places they will use it over and over and over again. No, you have to change your grooming tools monthly. Check for them, check for their expiring date and the rest, and you have to be very, very updated every month.
Okay, before I go on a quick break, I want to ask, are there mistakes? Okay, I believe there are some mistakes we make. Like, you've mentioned one where we want to use expensive things.
Yeah.
But are there other mistakes people make as regards grooming you would want to address?
Yeah, there are. There are some persons, they don't, like I said before, they don't take proper care of their body. They don't bathe well. There are some persons, they don't bathe, they just bathe once in a day. There are some persons, once they come back from the market, they come back from wherever they are coming from, they just sleep like that. That's a very big mistake. You have to bathe. You have to brush your teeth. Take care of your body. There are some persons, they don't care about all of those things. They just feel it's a normal thing. So those are the kind of mistakes some persons usually make. They forget about their hair, they forget about their nails. So far, they are just doing their thing. So those are the kind of mistakes. Some persons, they overuse clothes. There are some clothes that you know is dirty that you're supposed to change. You're supposed to change your clothes, like the clothes you wear to the market, that you wear to that you wear to work. You're not supposed to wear it and sleep. So some of these are the kind of mistakes some persons made. They don't take good care of their clothing. They don't take proper care of their hair. They don't take proper care of their makeup kit and the rest. So those are the kind of mistakes.
We're going to go on a break on Ladies' Night. When we return, we'll take it up from where we stopped and continue from there. A big thank you for staying tuned, and we're back. It's still Ladies' Night, and we're talking about grooming essentials for ladies. So Eloxa was talking about some mistakes ladies make, and before the break, while the break was on, she said she needed to add a few more things. So over to you, Eloxa.
Okay, all right. There are still some mistakes like people eating on their bed. It's not right. You know, your bed sheet, that's where you lie on. So some persons, they eat, they leave the food crumbs and all of that. It's not hygiene. And you see your makeup kits too, those your brushes and the rest you use it. Some persons don't even wash them. Some persons don't change them. They can use one for a year. They are not expensive. So those are the kind of mistakes you make. And there are some persons, their surroundings are always very, very dirty. When you see them outside, they dress very well. But when you get to their houses, when you get to where they live, it's a mess. It's so dirty and littered. So you have to take care of your environment. You have to take care of your surroundings. You have to take care of everything. Even the one people see and the one people don't see. And there's some persons that like trend. They see this clothes, wow, it's trending, let me wear it, let me buy it. So you don't even look at your body's size. You don't look and say, okay, if I wear this clothes, how is it going to be on me? Will it fit? Is it going to, it's not just all about trend. So those are the kind of mistakes people make. You look at what fits you. You don't just wear clothes. You also look at the way you combine clothes too. You combine your bag, your shoe, and the rest. So there are some ladies, they don't, so far it's trending, so far it's on board, they just want to do it, they just want to follow the trend. So these are the kind of mistakes a lot of ladies make out there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now that you've mentioned wardrobes, you've talked about clothes a bit, I think I would use this opportunity to ask, what are some of the things every woman, every lady, every young girl out there must have in their wardrobes to pull off certain looks flawlessly, effortlessly? You know, when they call you for an interview, you would have something. You're going to church, you have something. So what are some of the essentials you should have in the wardrobe?
Okay. Now, as a lady, you're supposed to have your sanitary pad. That shouldn't be something that anytime you need it, you negotiate it. You need to have it in your bag. Anywhere you are going to, always go around with it. And also, you have to have a makeup kit, even if it's not expensive, even if you don't have the complete one. As a lady, you have to look good. There are sometimes your duty calls, like you just said, you are going for an important occasion. You don't have to start looking for a makeup artist. You can just quickly do a light makeup. You need all of that. And also, you need deodorants. You need perfumes. Even if they are not that expensive, but you just need those sprays to smell good. When people see you, when people feels you, they pass you, they feel your smell, they'll know, yes, those are the things that boost your self-confidence. Those are the things that makes you perfect. Even if you are not 100/100 perfect, you're not 100% perfect, but those things, they boost your self-confidence. When you look good, you know, yes, you walk with confidence. So those are the kind of things a lady is supposed to have. You need to have a black shoe, a black pants, that's a trouser pants, a black shirt. You need to have a good wig. Talking about black shoes, black pants, black bag and all, as a lady now, when you have all of those, it does not select black. You can use black in any occasion. If when duty calls at any time, when you have any events you're going to, you can easily use black. It does not select. That's why I'm advising ladies that you can get black. You can get black shoes, black bag, black pants, and black whatever. And also, you can also have a good wig, even if it's not that expensive. It can be a braided wig though. So it doesn't mean you have to break the bank for you to achieve all of this, for you to be good, for you to look good, for you to look perfect. No, you don't have to break the bank. You have to cut it. You can cut it according to your material. You can cut it according to your pocket. But you need to have a good wig. You have to look good as a lady. So these are some of the essentials you must have.
Okay, 2 questions in one so that we can call it a wrap on today's edition of the show. How does this old grooming habits, some people will tell you it's vanity. There are people who they always look good. Our colleague goes like that, even in the house. She has taken grooming to be a lifestyle that even the house clothes she wears are fashionable. The sleepers she's going to wear inside her home are fashionable. And when you ask her, she'll tell you, when I look good, I feel good. And when I feel good, everybody around me will feel good. And when everybody around me feels good, it attracts good things to me. And then she just goes on and on explaining why she takes a whole lot of time looking her best every time, any day, everywhere, whether it's at home or out of the house. But is grooming so important for self-esteem and confidence?
Exactly. I said it earlier before. It's very, very important, and it's very vital, because it gives you that, like you just said about your colleague. She said she feels good about it. Yes, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel perfect. When you walk with confidence. You walk with excitement. You smile. When you know you are looking good. There are some persons, they know what they are putting on is not good. They're not too comfortable. You see them dragging their clothes, you see. But when you are good, when you know you look good, you smell good, you smell nice, it boosts your confidence. It gives you that boldness. You walk with courage. You walk with pride. Yeah, so I feel grooming is very, very essential, but not you breaking the bank, not you going out of the box to say, okay, you want to look good. You can look good on a budget. You can look good on a budget, yeah. Okay,
but for monthly, we've talked about general investments as regards grooming. You need to have a black shoe, a low worn, a high worn. You need to have a shirt. You need to have a black shirt, a white shirt, a good wig, a simple makeup kit and whatnot, jewelries and all of that. But that's something that could last you a year. If you get a good shirt, it could last you years.
Even more than here.
But monthly, there are some things that, as you're writing list for foodstuff, as a woman, you should include it. What are some of those things that you don't joke with them? In fact, they should be on the list before foodstuff.
Yes. Okay, as a lady, you need to have your sanitary towel. There are some persons that don't care about their skin. They just feel, let me just use, you can use any of the lotion on your skin. So you have to care about the lotion that suits your skin. You don't use any product, like any hair product on your skin. So you have to get a good body lotion. You have to get a good makeup kit, even if it's not expensive, like I said before. And you need to have a good bathing soap. Yeah, you need it. It's very important. So those are the things you should be adding whenever you're going to the market, as you are putting the needs and food and all of that. So you have to put in all of this. When you are going to the market, you want to shop for your house, you want to shop for your family, there are some essentials that you shouldn't leave behind for your own self to look good. It includes your body lotion. It includes your... See, pants is very, very important. See, there are some persons that they can wear one pant for 5 years. There are some persons that don't even care about it. Your undies are very, very important. As you're buying one, when you buy one this month, you buy one next month, before you know it, you have many of it. So you also buy fruits too, very important. It's going to help freshen your body, gives you a good body texture and the rest. So also you need to get some, there are some jewelries you can still buy that are not so expensive. You can still write them in your list and say, okay, let me have this. So you see these things now, they can last you for a very long time. You can have your antiperspirant also, and also your roll-on and the rest. So these are not too expensive. These are things that when you start buying them gradually, you already have them in your closet. They are going to last you for for a long period of time. So, and also bra. There are some people, they can be using one bra till God knows when. They can wear it every day, even without washing it. They don't even bother to wash it, or they just wear it like that. So you have to start making plans for all of that. As you are going to the market, you want to shop for your family, you want to shop for your home, so you still have to get some of all these things for yourself, add them to your budget every month. By the time you start making plans for all of this, before you know it, you've already have 5 bras, you've already have 6, you've already have many on this, as so on and so forth. And also toothpaste, don't forget. So there are some places they don't really bother. They say, I can use salt, I can use this. Toothpaste is very, very important. You need to, when you are talking, your breath must be very, very good. There are some places where they are talking to you, you just look for where to hide your face. So you are looking for where to, oh yeah, I can hear you. You're hiding your face just because of bad breath. So you don't forget to always add your own personal hygiene kits to your budget whenever you are going to the market every month. They are very, very important.
Thank you so much, Elobosa, for your time.
Welcome.
It's been an enlightening and interesting conversation right here on Ladies' Night today. So I did learn a couple of things. I cannot just go about living my life without having some things in my wardrobe. And that's where the grooming starts from within. It starts from taking care of your home. It starts from checking the underwears you wear. That one shocked me, you know, and then taking care of your surroundings, and you can now begin to also cater for your appearance. I was even shocked that fruits and vegetables inside the grooming.
Yeah, you need it, so it's very important.
For your skin to glow.
Yeah, there's some places they don't even bother. They just eat, swallow, eat food, strong food, eat vegetables, eat fruit. They are good for your system. They are good for your skin.
Yeah.
It freshens your skin.
And you look fresh.
Yeah.
And good. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I've seen some skin that you want to eat the skin.
Exactly.
It glows.
It glows as if it's mirror. It's a mirror, yeah.
Well, it's all part of grooming. You don't really have to break a bank to do a lot of things. You don't need to break a bank to bathe twice a day.
Yeah.
You don't need to break a bank to use roll-on before you go out. And if possible, maybe before you go to bed after you've bathed, just so that you feel good and smell good. Then when you start buying all those things, you can even take it further by reading the components of these things you're buying. Roll-ons that have too much of aluminium in them are not good. The research said they can cause cancer, and then you can take it further and say, okay, this product might be very expensive, but it's not safe. Oh, this one is very cheap, but it's not safe. But first learn the habit of using these things. And after that, you start also learning how to pick the healthier stuff as time goes on. You cannot be contemplating between tissue paper and pad.
Exactly.
Monthly as a lady. No, the risks are much. And then you now, when you've taught yourself that you have to use pad, you can now start talking about which products are better for you. You can use pad and you start having itching. And there are times some people might not even need pad, they would rather tampons, which are fine. So you cannot be using tampon when you want to use the toilet, you've taken it out, when you're done, you now put it back. No. So just learn the basics. Get certain things. Eloxa said you need a black shoe, a low one, a high one. It's versatile. It can cover all occasions. So when you have parties, you bring out the high one. When you go official, you can use the flats. You need a black pant trouser and a black jean. She said you need a black shirt, a white t-shirt, a white t-shirt as well. And she also talked about a good wig. 1 week, whether a braided wig or that bone straight,
but she just look good.
It'll be fine and clean.
Exactly.
Okay, so get one of those, and you can always use it for very important occasions. And if you don't want to use your natural hair, if you must use the natural hair, keep it clean. All right. And personally, I will add that your monthly essentials should include money for your hair. So money to buy the product you need to wash it. The money you need to go to the salon to cut it, the money you need to go to the salon to make it. So include it monthly. Don't carry your hair like it's pregnancy. She mentioned that earlier, so I'm just further buttressing. Grooming is very important for confidence. It's very important to attract good things. People see you first before they hear you. If you look like your problems, they're going to treat you like your problem.
Exactly.
Look good, feel good, and win good things. I'm Daisy Leah Sekedi. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye. Bye for now.
Honey got it's on and it's on. But on chrome, never leave that Brooklyn alone. So if you say it's on, then it's on.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa que voici quoi voici
ça m'a toqué
oh
mais sama tope ize wayagi ma pome sama ne wayagi ma pome sama ne wabume peme gbidejo wabume pome sama
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe huwe dine. Ejo muki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mluri ya kwa ewa kiwada. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ade wona mo no ma se lo kai.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV.
In the headlines, police said 4 officers arrested for extorting 53,000 naira ICPC chairman. Court grants the President Badejo 2 billion naira bail in alleged $2.63 million money laundering suit. Edo Assembly orders immediate arrest of scavengers. Mega Fire Ministries partnership, TV and radio. Society groups demand judicial in alleged Nigeria say suspect is not me. Hello there, a warm welcome to the news on Independent Television with me, presenting from the broadcast studio. My colleague Lawrence Usufo at Benin Studio. Hello, Lawrence. Many thanks indeed for joining me.
Good evening, Victor, and good to be on the news with you tonight. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good to have you too. And at Lagos Network Studio, I have Messelina Unko.
Beautiful evening to you, Victor, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you, Lina, and a warm welcome to you. And I welcome to the news, but don't forget you can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradio.ng.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now the Federal Capital Territory Police Command says 4 policemen have been arrested and in custody for allegedly extorting 53,000 naira from the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Dr. Musa Aliu, SAN, during an illegal stop and search operation in Abuja. Crime correspondent John Taylor reports that the FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, disclosed this while parading suspected criminals at the command headquarters in Abuja.
The FCT Police Command says the officers mounted an unauthorized checkpoint around the Banex area of Wise after abandoning their duty post and allegedly extorted the ICPC chairman without knowing his identity. According to the Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, the ICPC chairman was forced to withdraw 53,000 naira through a point of sale operator and also pay the transaction charges before the officers allegedly shared the money among themselves. The FCT police boss says the command declared the officers wanted before arresting their gang leader, whose confession led to the arrest of other members.
In fact, in clear terms, they extorted, mark my words, extorted the chairman, what do they call it? ICPC. Yes. They extorted the chairman, ICPC. Where are the policemen? They are said, when they finish trying them, we will bring them here.
The police also says it arrested 3 suspected one-chance robbers along the life camp and Gwarimpa Aziz, as well as 4 other suspects allegedly involved in snatching boats and Uber vehicles in Abuja.
The occupants of the bike who were taken into custody and are identified as Oji Chibuike, 35 years, Chibuike Ono, 33 years, Chibuike Stanley, 36 years. The search of their vehicle revealed, as usual, their items used in committing this crime.
Also arrested is a suspect identified as Danda, a native of Zamfara State, whom police describe as a major supplier of hard drugs, logistics, and other illicit substances to kidnappers operating around the Yellow House area of Papi. From Abuja, John Tina, ITV News.
To matters now, the Federal High Court in Abuja has admitted the national president of Miyetti Allah Kautal Hore, Bello Badijo, to 2 billion naira bail with 2 sureties in like sum over an alleged 2.63 million naira dollar money laundering case. Justice Iang Eku granted the bail while ruling on Badijo's application. Joseph Kadri was there, now reports.
The federal government alleges that the national president of Miyetti Allah Kautal Hore, Bello Badijo, unlawfully accepted cash payment totaling $2.63 million from a former accountant general of Bauchi State, Saidu Abakar. According to the prosecution, the transaction exceeded the statutory cash limit of 5 million naira under the Money Laundering Prohibition Act 2011 and was not processed through a financial institution as required by law. Badijo had earlier pleaded not guilty to the charge. Ruling on his bail application, Justice Iang Eku grant him bail in the sum of 2 billion naira with 2 sureties in like sum. The judge orders that one surety must be an Abuja resident with 3 years tax clearance, while the second must own landed property worth 2 billion naira in Abuja. The property documents are to be verified by the court registrar. Justice Eku also directed Badijo to deposit his international passport with the court and not travel outside Nigeria without the court's permission. After the proceeding, counsel to the federal government reacted to the court's ruling.
There should be a guarantee that he will come to court to attend to his trial. We are prosecutors, we are not persecutors. We are not interested in persecuting anybody. So you can see that the court has imposed such conditions that will enable him come to court. The conditions are stated, and we are comfortable with the judge. The judge is an upright judge. He will do justice to both parties. We are confident about that.
Justice Eku adjourns the case until October 5th, 6th, and 7th for the commencement of trial. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
To education matters now, where we hear that the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NABTEB, has commenced the 2026 selection and placement exercise for qualified candidates into federal and state technical colleges, reaffirming its commitment to a transparent, merit-based and technology-driven admission process. Education correspondent Comfort Idoku reports that the exercise also featured fresh directives from the Federal Ministry of Education, including a nationwide validation of student enrollment and workshop facilities, as well as a review of tuition and other institutional fees aimed at boosting enrollment in technical education.
Admission into federal and state technical colleges is set to become more transparent and technology-driven as the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NABTEB, commences the 2026 selection and placement exercise for qualified candidates nationwide. Speaking in Abuja, Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of NABTEB, Dr. Mohammed Aminu Mohammed, says the exercise is aimed at ensuring a fair, transparent and merit-based admission process. He says 15,290 candidates registered for the 2026 National Common Entrance Examination, while 13,848 candidates sat for the examination conducted in 34 federal and 168 state technical colleges across the country.
Admission this time around is going to be based on merit, and all things guidelines as approved by the ministry, including that of the federal character, will bring them into being. Again, not only that, these candidates we are going to admit them based on the skill they applied for.
Representing the Minister of Education, Director of Technology and Science Education, Mrs. Patricia Ogungbemi, announced a nationwide validation of student enrollment and workshop facilities. She also disclosed that the federal government has reviewed tuition and other institutional fees in federal technical colleges to improve access and encourage greater enrollment in technical education.
In line with the federal government's commitment to making technical education more accessible and affordable, the Honorable Minister has reviewed the tuition and sundry fees payable in federal technical colleges.
NABTEB says the 3-day selection exercise will culminate in a placement of successful candidates into federal technical colleges nationwide in line with approved admission guidelines. From Abuja, Comfort Idoko, ITV News.
As part of its initiative to empower Nigerian youth to realize their full potential, telecommunication giant MTN brings together young creatives from across the Federal Capital Territory. The Regional General Manager, Northwest MTN Nigeria, Thank God Otopa, says the event is part of MTN's campaign entrepreneurship development to promote creativity, innovation, and youth. ITV's Charity Tanko reports that the event features business pitch sessions, music, games, and other engaging activities.
Every vegetable is a number of 40 million smallholder farmers.
What we do is we take those judgments and make it easily understandable for Nigerians.
One after another, young entrepreneurs present their business ideas before a panel of judges. At the end of the competition, only 3 of the 9 contestants emerged winners, sharing a total prize of 5 million naira. The first place winner receives 2.5 million naira. The second place winner gets 1.5 million naira, while the third place winner takes home 1 million naira. Speaking with ITV News, the Regional General Manager, Northwest MTN Nigeria, Thank God Otopa, represented by Senior Manager Public Policy, Anas Galadima, says the Gathering 100 is one of MTN's initiatives aimed at promoting digital inclusion and youth empowerment.
It's an initiative that is aimed at promoting creativity, culture, entrepreneurship, innovation, and all that. So MTN brought this community together. Come up with an idea of how to really empower youth.
After several rounds of presentations, the winners are announced and presented with their checks.
2.5 million agro-vents.
Speaking with ITV News, one of the judges, Bisola Perez Folaya, says selecting the top 3 entrepreneurs is a difficult task because of the quality of the presentations.
It was the task of the day, was a challenge because everyone put their best foot forward. They came with excellent ideas.
The winners expressed appreciation to MTN and shared their experiences after receiving their prizes.
I'm happy and privileged to be the winner of this competition. Thank you, MTN.
We are one of those who, applied very late. I think we applied like a day before the day closed. And when they reached out to us that we are one of the finalists, I was so happy.
I actually know that at least we just have to come here to put in our best. 100, just like the event actually implies.
Beyond the business pitch competition, other participants enjoy music, games, and various recreational activities at the venue. From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
We say congratulations to them. Let's bring you more report from our Benin Network studio.
Thank you very much, Victor. Here in Benin, we begin from the Assembly Chambers, where the Edo State House of Assembly has directed the Commissioner of Police, CP Mondi Agbonika, and all security agencies in the state to immediately arrest scavengers and scrap metal collectors found pushing trucks on the road. Assembly correspondent Joy Obarasiagmo reports that the directive was issued amid rising insecurity in the state. Other key developmental bills were also debated during Monday's plenary.
The issue of site vandalism was raised as a matter of urgent concern by the Majority Leader, Honorable Jonathan Ivamao, noting that scavengers and mental scrap collectors have been using the opportunity to steal building materials at construction sites.
People cannot be thinking of how to use their resources to put up the structure before you get there. Your house alive, and this is what they do us.
We have laws to checkmate all these issues. But when crime is being handled with levity, even when you go and report that they have vandalized your house, you will be the one to be spending money.
Speaker Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku reaffirmed the directive to the police and other security agencies.
The House is giving instructions to all security bodies that want to see any of them parading our road or streets with those trucks. Anyway, you see them, please apprehend them.
In other legislative business, a bill for a law to establish a revenue harmonization account for the collection and management of all state revenues to ensure transparency scaled second reading.
We don't need rocket science to tell us that this will help to increase our internally generated revenue in the states. Because it will block all revenue leakages.
Another bill for the imposition, collection and administration of socio-economic development levy was debated.
I believe that this is one of the bills that the management of the House of Assembly, ably led by your very capable self, must ensure that there is a public hearing. Let Edo Inland Revenue tell Edo people what they have been collecting.
From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The newly appointed regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries, Southern Region 3, Pastor Courage Imolore, on Monday paid a familiarization visit to the management of independent television and radio at the Glass House on Airport Road in Benin City, reaffirming the ministry's commitment to strengthening its over 2-decade partnership with the media organization. Ofure Aneto has details.
On his assumption as regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries Southern Region 3, Pastor Courage Imolore, in company with members of the ministry, had an audience with the management to familiarize himself with the station and appreciate management for over 20 years of partnership and media support. In his remarks during the visit, Pastor Courage Imolore said the ministry looks forward to deepening its relationship with ITV and radio, pointing out that the church and the media remain strategic partners in propagating the gospel and promoting positive values in society.
Being that I just came on board, I need to know this corporation the ministry has been partnering with. I need to know who the management staffs, and the media can do without the church. Likewise, the church can also do without the media. So that's one of the reasons why we came.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated Pastor Courage Imolore on his appointment. Engineer Obaseki described the vision bearer of Omega Fire Ministries, Apostle Johnson Suleiman, as one of the station's most valued partners, assuring the ministry of ITV's continued support.
For you to know that one of the first port of call in the media house like ours means you've already hit the ground. The anointing upon your geo is not just a thing of pride to just OFM members. It's a thing of pride to us from Edo, to us from Nigeria, and to us from Africa.
Among members of the management team present were Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Ogbaide Unwonse, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Assistant Acting General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Thomas Sadu, and other management staff. From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
Over 7 suspects have been arrested by officers of the Edo State Security Corps for various criminal acts. Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said that the suspects were arrested for alleged burglary, armed robbery, vandalism, and theft. Jonah Omowa brings details.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogun, revealed that the suspects were apprehended by officers on a routine patrol at different locations in Edo South following intelligence reports. Mr. Balogun said the Corps has zero tolerance for criminal acts, saying that the suspects will be made to face the full weight of the law on conclusion of investigation.
We made several arrests, ranging from vandalism, stealing of just stealing, burglary and stealing, serious crime. All the cases, we document them, profile them, and hand over to the police.
Some of the suspects, Mohammed Suleiman, Belia Aliyu, Omoye, and Nicholas, who confessed their involvement in the crime, attributed their actions to the handiwork of their enemies.
2 people they escaped. Me, I did not escape.
So what's the name of the 2 others that escaped?
We get Mali, we get
Nah, this thing, I say Abu Tibam.
This man, he said generator give you. Not true? He said the generator give you. That generator, but you know say na Tifa.
Okay, where you for carry the batteries now?
Now for Azagba.
Azagba. Okay, what you can do for her? One confined buyer.
Items recovered from the suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Residents of Usahon Iguodala Street in PZ area in Benin City are apprehensive over incessant flooding, which has made life unbearable for them. The residents who lamented the agony they are subjected to are appealing to the Edo State government and other relevant authorities to come to their rescue. The report by Ivie Ugbo is presented by Fosa Wangwe.
It's a case of lamentation and trauma as residents in the area live in fear whenever it rains, as the intensity of flooding has left trail woes and unquantified destructions. The residents said incessant flooding disrupts socio-economic activities while some residents are forced to abandon their homes. The situation is compounded as the movement in the area is restricted as children are unable to attend school. The residents blame the situation on an abandoned drainage project spanning a year. Mrs. Grace Bukola, a victim of the flood, menace said flooding has made it difficult for residents to carry out their daily activities, while the stagnant water has also raised concerns about infections and increased exposure to mosquito bites. Another victim, Mr. John Rotimi, decried the condition of the access road, saying the abandoned drainage project has remained unattended to.
This area is not like this before, but government now came. Sometimes last year, they said they want to help us to do this place, so they want to do water drainage there. They now came with tractors, with everything. They begin to dig. They now abandon the place when they've already dug the thing, go down. They now abandon it. Some houses there, nobody can enter.
The children, when there is rainfall, they either pass through the water or go round to pass another far place. It takes them almost 30 minutes or 40 minutes to get back to school. Even some landlords there, they cannot stay in their houses again.
The residents appeal to the Edo State government to intervene by completing the abandoned drainage project and provide a lasting solution to the flood menace. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, in a previous press briefing assured that government is desirous in tackling food menace across the state. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The road there is quite diplomat's conference. You're still watching the news on independent television. About time we took Lagos Broadcast Center, or studio rather, for more reports.
Many thanks, Victor. And here in Lagos State, more reactions have continued to trail the suspected Ajuro murder following a protest by some civil society groups to the Lagos State Criminal Investigation Department, PANSI, calling for the release of suspects in the matter. Ahmed Tanjudi Akombi are demanding for the bail of the suspect, insist that he must be alive to face his trial. Igboje Korea has the details.
Protesting members of civil society groups and residents of Ajiro at the Lagos State Criminal Investigation Department, PANTI, to submit a petition as the alleged Ajiro murder case continues to attract public interest, not in Lagos State, but from across the country. The group held a press conference to clear the air on the whereabouts of one of the suspects in the matter, one Ahmed Tajuddin Akombi.
And we have stood by the truth since the beginning of this matter. We did our investigation and we were so sure that Akombi knows nothing about this murder. And taking our neck into this matter that must prevail. The provision of the law should be followed. Akombi should be allowed to free trial. Let him be bail. Our demand. He has a right to it, so that he can return to the court to defend himself as a Nigerian citizen so accused.
The group requested for an independent review on the matter while insisting that justice must be served.
An independent judicial review. We echo the call by the legal practitioners and the general public for an immediate independent review of the entire Ajiro case. Investigation special panel detached from Zone 2 and SCID.
According to the public relations officer of the Lagos State National Service, said the suspect was brought to the facility as he was brought in with an life support on the 25th of June and was returned back. However, a source who preferred anonymity said the police will not comment on the matter as it is in the court. From Lagos, Ibuji Korea, ITV News.
Lagos State government has presented checks of 3.1 billion naira as compensation to over 300 beneficiaries acquired by the state government for overriding public interest. Speaking of presentation checks to over 300 beneficiaries at Alausa, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu emphasized that the compensation was not just charity but for fairness, justice to improve public trust and government in fulfilling its obligations in line with the Land Use Act. Agri has the details.
Why assuring those who are not listed in this batch of prompt payment, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu advised beneficiaries to invest constitution to secure the future of their families whose ancestral lands were used for development, not for frivolous activities due to availability of resources.
Individuals and projects affected persons whose land or property were acquired for strategic projects across the state. Let me re-emphasize that we're not just simply acquiring land to build infrastructure. We're building trust and foundation for the Lagos of tomorrow. And I'm certain that together we shall continue to build a greater Lagos that would work for all of us.
Governor Sanwo-Olu said they approved funds for the construction of NY Agbowa, while those affected would be compensated before the end of the year.
Not a favor, it is your right. Progress that overlooks people, they say it cannot endure. Development that is justice, they say it cannot command public trust. So, we're sure that we're governing with a people face. We want to ensure that we're governing transparently and we're governing with a serious public trust.
Present at the event were Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, Secretary to the State Government Abimbola Saludeen, Representative of Head of Service Olabode Agro, and House Committee on Lands Olayinka Kazim, among others. From Lagos, Ibuji Korea, ITV News.
In line with the Benin custom and tradition, natives of Miyowaru community in Oredo local government area, Edo State, have presented Pa Beni Iwomo to the palace of the Oba of Benin as the eldest man in the community to assume the position of Odionwiri. The report is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbi.
Natives of Imiyomau community, led by the Ohen chief priest Christopher Osamudame Ahu, in jubilation mood, singing and dancing in appreciation to the palace of the Oba of Benin. Speaking, the Ohen, also known as chief priest of Imiyomau community, Christopher Osamudame Ahu, said they have been without Odionweye for some time now, following the death of the former. He said, in line with the Benin custom and tradition, on completion of 3 years, the second in command, who is the eldest, will be presented to the palace for approval before he can be installed Odionweye. The chief priest said they were in the palace of the Oba of Benin to present Pa Beni Iwomo as the next in line for the position of Odionweye. Also speaking, Pa Beni Iwomo appreciated the palace for the approval for him to be the Odionweye of Imiyomau community and the natives for the confidence in him. The natives described the occasion as a significant milestone that would ensure continuity in leadership, peace, unity, and the preservation of the rich cultural heritage of Imiyomau village and Benin Kingdom. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
As preparations for the 2027 general election draws near, concerns over the unity of opposition parties, voters' confidence, and the impact of economic reforms have remained the topic of discussions across the country. Speaking on a breakfast show program this morning on ITV, guests examined the recent forfeiture of properties linked to our former Attorney General of the Federation, Malam Abubakar Malami SAN, and government's plan to promote shared prosperity. Esther Ogoro brings us details.
From Benin, ECOWAS liaison leader of the West African Democracy Solidarity Network, Dr. Austin Aigbe, says the opposition struggled to defeat the ruling party in 2027 due to disunity. He blamed disinformation for electoral challenges and urged Nigerians to vote wisely.
Let all opposition come to one table. It will be so easy for one legal instrument to counter all of them. Is it not better to have them fragmented so that you are going to have too many legal instruments to try to pursue them?
Also from Benin, Executive Director of Connected Advocacy, Israel Orekai, says economic hardship has made many Nigerians vulnerable. He warned that the opposition could lose again in 2027 if it fails to unite.
Usually a divided house, more food than not, more don't really stand. I just appeal they go put their house in order and see how they could have a united front.
Meanwhile, from Abuja, legal practitioner Abdul Karim Musa expressed concern over the forfeiture of properties linked to a former Attorney General Abubakar Malami. He called for transparency in the management of the recovered assets and questioned how such wealth allegedly went undetected for years.
We have strong individuals, strong persons who are stronger than institutions, and no nation can grow when persons or personality are made to be stronger than institutions.
Also from Lagos, political analyst Honorable Saeed Ajadi urged the federal government to implement policies that ease hardship and improve the welfare of people at the grassroots.
The president is striving to make things happen for us because we have been through a lot of bad experiences. We cannot even see clearly.
From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
A call for full local government autonomy has again assumed a front burner across Nigeria. Some stakeholders insist that granting local government councils financial and administrative independence will improve grassroots development, accountability, and service delivery. Ehis Onamore brings us details.
The renewed agitation for full local government autonomy has continued to generate debate, with some Nigerians expressing hope that it will strengthen governance at the grassroots. From Benin City, some legal practitioners were of the opinion that full autonomy would promote transparency, accountability, and faster execution of development projects while reducing undue interference from state governments.
Actually, the local government chairmen are collecting their money. Your eyes can see projects being executed by local government, but is it being done?
State is midwifing the local government. Ordinarily, the local government should exist on its own because they are the one that affects the people directly. Local governments don't have direct access to the funding.
In Lagos, political analyst Saheed Ajadi said local government chairmen must use the financial autonomy grant to separate themselves from state governors by initiating and executing projects that impact on the local people.
When you have access to cash and you have a lot of thoughtfulness, then you can do stuff. You don't wait for anybody when you are the executive. Just like owning a company and waiting for someone to teach you how to run the company. You have to hold the bull by the horn and get things done.
From Warri, Delta State, a political analyst, Comrade James Etiang, said for local governments to get full autonomy, the Supreme Court should empower the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct local government elections by using its powers on constitutional review. in order to reduce the power of governors for not controlling the local government affairs, financial and political manipulation.
Monies have been paid into the local government account. The governor still go back behind all the train and collect the money from the chairman, because the chairman have become appendages of the state government. You can imagine some state, they have a commissioner for local government, which in actual case, a commissioner is not supposed to superintend over a local government chairman. In
July 2024, the Supreme Court of Nigeria delivered a landmark verdict granting financial and administrative autonomy to the 774 local government councils. From Benin, Ehis Ohunamure, ITV News.
Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of concealing trillions of naira in the 2026 federal budget through what he described as questionable allocations under the service-wide vote. In a statement issued on Monday by his spokesperson, Frank Shaibu, the former vice president alleged that the service-wide vote increased from 638 billion naira in 2025 to 12.8 trillion naira in the 2026 budget, describing the development as a major setback to fiscal transparency and accountability. According to Atiku, the allocation, which covers only 10 ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, accounts for about 84% of the entire federal budget. The former vice president argued that the amount set aside under the service-wide vote is larger than the combined allocation to key sectors such as education, defense and agriculture. The presidency is yet to officially respond to the allegations. Let's take you to Katsina State, northwest Nigeria, where the Katsina State Police Command has foiled separate kidnapping and cattle rustling attempts in Funtua and Musa local government areas of the state, rescuing a kidnapped victim and recovering 15 rustled cows in coordinated service security operation. The police public relations officer of the Katsina State Police Command, DSP Abubakar Sadiq Aliyu, disclosed this in a statement issued on Monday in Katsina, the Katsina State capital. He explained that the first operation followed credible intelligence and indicating that the suspected armed bandits were moving rustled cattle across the border between Funtua and Dandume local government areas. Acting swiftly on the information, the divisional police officer of the Central Police Station in Funtua deployed a team of operatives to intercept the criminals. In a related development, the command responded to a distress call on the 17th of July 2026 after armed bandits reportedly attacked Kuru village in Musa local government area and made away with several cattle. The divisional police officer of Musa division, working alongside with members of the Katsina State Community Watch Corps, pursued the suspect into a nearby forest. From Katsina, we take you now to Calabar, South Nigeria, where the management of the University of Calabar has reiterated its ban on wild post-examination celebrations, court-related activities, and other acts capable of disrupting peace and order on campus. The registrar of the institution, Dr. Chuka Icha, made this known in a statement issued on Monday in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Dr. Icha expressed concern over reports that some students, particularly final year students, engaged in unlawful celebrations after completing their examinations. According to the registrar, such activities often involve reckless driving, public display of colors, disorderliness conduct, and other actions that constitute security risk within the community and the university environment. She advised all students, especially graduating students, to desist from such practices and strictly comply with the institution's rules and regulations. From Calabar to Jos Plateau State, where a bill seeking to grant pension and retirement benefits to former speakers, deputy speakers, principal officers and members of the Plateau State House of Assembly has continued to attract widespread condemnations from organized labor, civil society organizations and concerned citizens. The proposed legislation, which passed a second reading in the State House of Assembly, seeks to establish a pension board to administer retirement benefits for former lawmakers. However, the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC, the Trade Union Congress TUC, and a coalition of civil society organizations have described the bill as insensitive, self-serving, and ill-timed, citing the prevailing economic hardship and security challenges facing the states. The Labour Union have threatened to stage a protest at the State House of Assembly complex on the 30th of July 2026 if the bill is not withdrawn. Let's take you to business news, where Nigeria's agricultural exports declined by 31.2% in the first quarter of 2026 amid increasing rejection of the country's farm produce in international markets due to poor quality control, excessive use of chemicals, and port inefficiencies. Latest figure released by the National Bureau of Statistics, the NBS, indicates that agricultural export fell by 1.72 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026 compared to the 7.04 trillion naira recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. And in the world of sports, only 6 players of cup-headed Nigeria's Super Falcons were still being expected at the team's camp in Casablanca, following the arrival of more players at the Hotel Marriott and 15 players trained. The BK Hacking FC of Sweden duo Halimatu Ayinde and Joy Omewa flew into Casablanca as the team was being drilled by coach Justin Madugu and his assistant at the La Nario. The Pachuca Tuzes of Mexico duo of defender Osenachi Ohale and forward Chiwendu Ihezuo also arrived at the camp. The final phase preparations have hit fever pitch with 19 of the 25 players in camp ahead of the team's opening match with the competition against Malawi on Tuesday, 28 July 2026. Among players who have been in camp earlier are Captain Rashida Tajibade, goalkeeper Chiamaka Nadozie, defenders Shukurat Oladipo, Oluwatosin Dimehi, and Christy Ucheibe, midfielder Tony Payne and Jennifer Echiejini, and also forward Ashishat Oshola, Francisca Odega, and Omoreshola Babajide. And that's the size of our package on the ITV main news for tonight. It's been a great time together with you on the news. And on behalf of my colleagues, Organi Victor and Messelina Onko, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a blissful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
RTV, certainly the best.
All right, it is another wonderful afternoon on the program African Discourse on Independent TV. Sincere apologies that we are slightly starting behind schedule here this afternoon. It was due to some technical issues. We had to get things ready so that we're set for the program. My name is Evans Unokogie. You're welcome on the program. Today on the program African Discourse, we are going to be talking about the 69th edition of ECOWAS. We're talking about the ordinary session that was held about 1 or 2 days ago in Sierra Leone. And of course, we understand that the new president, the new chairman of ECOWAS emerged from that summit. Talking about the Senegalese president, Bassirou Faye, that's his name, a young man, about 46 years of age. And there is a tax before him now. I mean, the new tax before him is not new. I mean, it's been there. I remember when we had our own president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the chairman of ECOWAS. He also had that tax. We are talking about the responsibility of making sure that they unite member states of ECOWAS together. And of course, the responsibility of making sure that they keep the security of member states intact. Because for quite some time now, member states of ECOWAS, they've had the issue of security. I mean, when we look at some of these member states, we closely see the insecurity that seems to have been rocking the Sahel region. And there also, too, they also have the challenge of integration. What do I mean? I mean, it was in this issue that has to do with ECOWAS that we saw 4 countries living at the bloc. We're talking about Niger, we're talking about Mali, and of course, we're talking about Burkina Faso. So as we speak now, those 4 nations have left the ECOWAS bloc, and they have gone to form their union, their own bloc. So today, we are going to be talking about the huge, you may want to say, the very huge responsibility that lies ahead of the new chairman of ECOWAS. By name, Bassirou Faye, that's the Senegalese president. Well, our guest on the program today is a global affairs analyst, engineer Lukman Akemuke. He's an oil and gas chain distribution expert, and is joining us virtually this afternoon. Engineer, good afternoon, and nice to have you on the program. All right, so if you can hear us, we'll just see how we can get you back on the program so that we'll start the discussion this afternoon. Well, let me give you some background and knowledge of what we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at the whole event. No doubt that the event was a 1 week longer program that's ran between on the 12th and on the 19th of this month of July 2026. That was yesterday. And with heads of the finality of the summit was the one that they had yesterday. That's the one that had to bring together the heads of various states member states of ECOWAS in Sierra Leone. And we also understand that major ministers from this member states were also part of that summit yesterday. Then the location was in Sierra Leone, to be precise, in Freetown and Lungi. These 2 towns are located in Sierra Leone. So that was where the 69th ordinary session of the ECOWAS media session, you may want to call it, was held yesterday. And Julius Maada Bio, that's the location conference, the location that's in Sierra Leone, Lungi now, and the host of that, the summit was the outgone chairman by name Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. And now we have a new chairman, the president of Senegal, Bassirou Faye. Okay, we have our guest on the program now. Engineer Lukman, good afternoon, and nice to have you on the program.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so
it's just that hello.
We're looking at we're talking about particularly the one that happened yesterday, because we understand that the event was a whole week long activity, but it culminated yesterday with heads of state of member states coming together to decide the way forward. So how does he meet you? Talking about the mid-year term, the mid-year summit, the one they had yesterday?
Yeah, good afternoon, Evans. A quick correction. I think my description is maybe you have not captured the new moments. I am His Royal Highness Engineer Lukman Akemokwe, the Okopilagbe of Opila. I am back on my throne.
For that now, so we are also going to make due correction. We sincerely apologize for that. I mean, the last time we had you on this program, it was this designation that we had. So we sincerely apologize. So during the course of that program, we're going to make sure that we correct your designation as the program goes on. I hope apology accepted, His Royal Highness.
All right, that's fine. That's okay. Okay. Just to tell you that the court restored me back to my throne, so I'm on full regalia. No. In fact, if you see the photos I sent to you, I just sent to you now. I'm on my regalia, so I'm back on my throne. Well, as regards the subject order review, which has to do with the 69th ordinary session of the authority of the heads of states and governments of the West Africa sub-region of Africa. It was a good development. What I put yesterday was a good one, considering the fact that we have a new president, if a young man. His name is Bassirou Diomaye Faye. With good ideas, he has demonstrated that he has a lot of energy. One, to do a lot of critical reforms in his country, and also bring ECOWAS governance. Well, I congratulate him. The other one is that there are so many tasks ahead of him that we hardly have time to settle down before starting off, because he's actually coming into the position with a whole lot of expectations.
It appears, Engineer Lukman, can you hear us, Your Royal Highness? Can you hear us? All right, so we're going to make sure that we get connected back to him as the program goes on. Like what we're trying to look at, we're trying to look at the scope of the mid-term summit, the one we had in Sierra Leone yesterday. And I did say we're going to be looking at the whole issues, but first and foremost, we're going to be starting with the tax before the new chairman of ECOWAS. Talking about the president of Senegal, Bassirou Faye, 46 years of age by age. Now, Engineer Lukman, Your Royal Highness, if we have you, can you join us back now?
Hello.
Yes, just speak on, Your Royal Highness.
Okay, all right. So, like I said, in managing this tool of the chairman of ECOWAS, is just a two-pronged approach. One, the political governance, which has to do with the authority of the heads of states and governments, the president of the 15-member country. Then the second aspect of it is the NG room, the operational secretariat, the headquarters, which we call the ECOWAS Commission. So these are the two-pronged approach, but in the two, he has an overriding authority to ensure that he makes his marks in the tides of time in West Africa sub-region. It's a very thankless job because it's a crisis-prone period for him, where he has to manage the crisis that is bedeviling the entire sub-region. The first one he needs to do is you are aware that there is a breakaway by about 3 or 4 member states.
Your Highness. All right, so we just try to reestablish a contact back there as the program goes on this afternoon. Don't forget the program is African Discourse on independent television, and the 69th edition of the ordinary session of the economies of West Africa states is what we are looking at this afternoon, whereby a new chairman has emerged by name Bissaro Faye, the Senegalese president. Well, we did say that the event was actually done for 1 week. It started on the 12th of this July to on the 17th, but culminated on the 19th. That was yesterday, whereby heads of various heads of states had to meet in Sierra Leone. Then also to we also have various aspects of it now. We started by looking at the time frame, then the location. Then we also talked about the outgoing chairman, that's Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. And also we are going to be looking at what's actually happened, during the session. Various issues happen. For example, we have the one that has to do with the 39th meeting of the Administration and Finance Committee. And also, we also have this 56th ordinary session of the Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level. All this were parts of the 69th ordinary session of the ECOWAS, that we are talking about. Now, if we still have His Highness Lukman Akwemuke, the Okokbila of Okbila, we can still have him back. Can we hear you one more time, Your Highness? Engineer Lukman, can you hear us, Your Highness? Okay. Today we are looking at the 69th edition of the ordinary session of ECOWAS, and we had that a week-long activity that culminated yesterday, the 19th day of July 2026, whereby the 69th edition was held, and the new chairman of ECOWAS emerged in the person of Bissaro Faye. That's the Senegalese president. Well, today on our program we'll have a global affairs analyst, Engineer Lukman Akwemuke is our guest on the program today. Engineer, if you're still right there, nice to have you on the program. All right, so we're still trying to just try to reconnect back him now so that we can get all that, as we speak on the program this afternoon. Yes, independent television and the program African Discourse. So we just trying to see how we can, take all that, as we go on. And let's quickly take a short break. We'll be right back. We'll take on that short break. Yeah, okay. Engineer, you are on the program now. You're welcome on the program.
All right, that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, we apologize for the network issues and, All right, so the 69th edition, we're trying to look at the person of the new chairman, his ability to handle the insecurity issues in ECOWAS nation. I mean, members states having, issues with security. Can you go on with that?
The election is well received. The new chairman, who is the president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, a young man with demonstrable zeal to make a difference, both in the reforms of a lot of critical sectors of the Senegalese country, and also as the chairman of ECO.
You have 1 minute remaining.
All right. Now we're going to call back into the program so that we can see how we can follow on the program African Discourse. All right, so we had our vice president, was also part of that 69th Summit in Sierra Leone, and also other ministers in the African nations were also parts of that. And the good thing about it is that a new formation, a new method to handle the insecurity issues were looked at, and also the one has to do with having a single currency for members states was also discussed. Maybe you may want to say that there has been a week, a whole long of time, problem now with member states, because oftentimes we've always had discussions around this. I mean, the need for member states to have a single currency, for members nation. And I remember when we had the president, our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we also had that same issue too. And also, even when we have the Sierra Leonean president, the ousted president, we also had that same issue too. So now that we have a new chairman, the Senegalese chairman, so we hope that all that will come. Well, these issues stay ongoing. I mean, we'll say congratulations to the new ECOWAS chairman, first and foremost. And of course, we'll see how he'll be able to pilot the affairs of the bloc for his tenure. And we'll see how that is going to also bring about, some respite in the fight against insecurity in Africa. Because that's one major issue that he has to handle. And also to the responsibility of reintegrating member states together is also another issue, because just about 2 years ago now, that we saw some major 4 countries pulling out of the bloc, and that was a major blow to the region. So we want to sincerely apologize that we will stop the program here today because of connectivity issues, technical issues, and internet issues. We cannot get our guest into the program, so we'll have to stop the program here today. But we promise you that by the special grace of God, we're going to reschedule this program so that we can really talk about these issues on the front of Bona, as we have a new chairman in the region. My name is Evan Sunokoge. So until the same time, and next week, by the special grace of God, we'll say God bless you. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ àtúwájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá tó gé abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà. Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orebo, Obesni Agbo, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone do no pew. Why da hima makaba po was sense. Bota pe makaga ya. Ke ya ye na agba me gboma. Ke na ave te uyo webo. Katikate uyo ma na do ni malele we ni. E na ya ma we to ha. O ma me ro. O ha mo na gbon we ro. We no sale bwa ya gbon e. Ma yinu kan ya fe bota na mbeke na le ni ma je de bo we kan se de mo ni le wo wi yin se ma yinu we kan na ya wi bude so we ni ya o ga de na ni wa ni ma gun aka o no ya gba we pe e haro wo gba o ge ugie ni arioba awe yoko ya se ane Nigeria pe aro ogba oye na 27 years oye na ni Nigeria army oni yoko are Nigeria ya sare oba ni ma we ni ki ma ro ena ya ma agwa kan ya na ogun egwa ore ma lo tin pastor Calvary unamure
iwe dunowo me wa be benege kai wa bi total wabidayo ofun igbo saroba go yaro oba atokpe
ise obede ma lo tenge Victor Ebizugbe
adona ayire wa haro pa ebe boya wu wa ye wedro so na pere ni Jesu o ma ko ma na wu wa wu baba na o gota ma me ma gbo ka me ma ri egbe bo bi yoku e no do ma ga mi ma ye mi lo ọba àtọpẹ
ṣe me so abose enje no bi ero no ri edo ba yo ka o edo ya fe ke we na we okagbe o yi ero ya o tagun ya bejo to ya ọba àtọpẹ
ise
ni ma wu ma gba kan ni wa o ari egbo be ibi yoko re Nigeria ma ye kede do ade na riegbe ibi yoko Nigeria de la udan ma eni de lo wa no ro ma se de hiya i ogi ma rugo die ka ti ma rugo da iwi no ro o to se wo ni e lu ma i ya lu ma yo de sia i wo na lo wo ye
ma yunu kan no bo woni wa ni ameke na we upe haro wogma wikiri upe haro wogma yekore ya do kon ya re ya fe ami ani haro ya fe ma me ya alawo ma adowo evuti adobie wola otwe osege Nigeria ena ya fe ma ye ma ge otenere pastor Calvary Mulamure uage ige otwe sege wo kebe igina dona na dobe pediwe ba kina yena ma yena
domo wese edono
obo ya
domo sa ikaka bo gitu wa edono pe o ni ka gitu wa sin we wa be nege kai eme no kai me o kari oba owo tebo ma oge Nigeria ma ya gwa kan arabiomo omo na ga nwa ebine ka setting osun ya be we bo nwa ne omo ga igba opiwe van e baba egi obi omo okia bo na ibe ka me we sai me won so para igba opiwe van na yari total oje ne bi egbe obi egbe agwale mi no rewo amayi ka wo na abo aka ri tokun mi upe hairorogma no yin onya ugie ma yena na yari egbe yobe isogiare omo na biebe ukponi ona we upe hairorogma obuhana yena eso won do ne
ya bia ne so ya wa won do
o ma mari bie orupe hairorogma ana do miewe ori wodo ne ba yiri yo egi obuha ana do miewe upe hairorogma original ni mari egbe bo be sogi awe magari setting suwon enia ana ri egbe bo be sogi awe sebo na ni ma magari setting dole enia ni magari egbe kian owo kana omodo ona ga bo kana we ipede kesugie ame upe kesugie oyeje na ona yin omodo ne ke ba pa eni omo kan ori pase a enwon momo se a enwon mo kan se yen so awe ni oku oba adele hewe owuhana wane so pa no kan ni ewi mana omo ma ya gbabu pe haro ogbon rade me ma mi aluga ono ma so pin eki eko yere ne ori magidi eni magi eni ye e ba ni logi ba se e ba ko no wegbe ose e ba lagi alagu yeke okaka boro oba atope
ise osaloba alawo na di mala yeke
ise irun gini
no ani ona le woni na lawo da e ma ni alapo ba ko be yeko sun be yeko we na ya ma we se ye ni ma wa we he ma upo ni ma so ye wi ma o wa ni ma bo lo be na ya duko wo we oge ulima ko ke oge simu na ya pe be na awe olapa he iwuna iwune be iwune iwu ya se iwuna oge owazigo igo na miena agwa fi ewo rie agwa emoto eya no Nigeria oya aya ewo ya do age kisi o ya ge very miles o fi gbon ni ma me ma upogene ma hiwe the whole world utagbon ya fere we ma ye ka se ma wa lu ewo ni rewe la yeye ma mu yo de ni amata lo ya adoni ya fere alauda orora bí alauda ọ̀rọ̀ wo ye ye ni ma ye na ni wan ya yo se gbi ma wana ló se gbe o tu se rewo na fi wo re cda na fi yo ba ri we ge na e gbina re wo ba ri ge e ba gbina se ya se gbọ́dọ̀ we ra we mu yo ara we ara ona do we awo de we aso ma gbe ai boyo we ya pere ya se gbe ra ni mare na mu ko te hare aye mi re na mi era ma ye mu gbo bi ni ma mo a igbilo to ye jawe e na ya fe ma re na ni wan wi ni ya ye aye yu gbo ni a aye yogo nya o wa ye ekene orikere akulewo lawa wen wala wa na e wa fi ayafio no wi fi asere ya awa re ari owo ebe suku awa akoko mo ni die avio ye moto aya gbe ni awa aya iya mami ni aru awe ama woni iwo na iya we iwo yana iwo ariase wi ariase awe na mure ni emoni eso wuru yodo ekeni mayeri kina onda upe aro ogbon ni soja gise ari oba adima e mayira e mana ho ni mari no kan ala oda aro o tele bizu gbezo Victor wo ye wo ni we wa mi e oda a politician we
we over the very le oku paze e meri o sa bo na fi agbe ma here
ise
we awen
koko bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n so.
lókàtò ló pọ̀ yèrè so. súgé mami ẹ̀wò náà o sálógbà ọ̀rẹ́ ìdí ayé ni mà ń dáwẹ́ màní èkúi màní náà gbọ̀n màmá mú gbé màá yà dí ayé ni gbé mà ń dá màá mẹ́ máa ta ẹ̀ máa ta tó tábà gé ẹ̀dọ́ gbé màá rọ̀. gélégélé náà yóò bá rí iṣẹ́ zà yà pa yẹn náà mú ẹni mà bọ́. The matter be my lu away bima. Yeah, yere web the one a Midwestern region. I we on a region Eva. All the Panafia with a Mutala Rena Gaga and a 12 states. And I was guy. Ne ma ne we Maria or my mamma feel back. He says that or a gia second my hyena, no state, mamma. A democrat 27 years. It be a higher of one, right? Here on Yogi, mamma, I feast it up. Mammy, what's the Bona? Oh, woman, me gualogi me, no gualogi. I will not fear back where. A do, and I fear with a fear yever. Hotel Edo South, in a way, a state, a local government in Norway. A center where I say, Maviguala, not see Kisugi, and not even Maviguala. I give you a tigi. The mother take win the Mamudia, the mamma, no food my yagbe, not lie, no food the big agreement. Do you women? Who Johnny or Maggie Winima, no Maggie Igba. So bí àtọ́ ní àbẹ́ ó padà tẹ decree ó pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ wá àtàní èmi àgbàlẹ̀ àwọn àpá ẹ̀mú ẹ̀yà àwọn àjọ máa gbọ̀n yẹn wá wẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn mọ̀ ẹ̀yà dùn sí kiri mọ̀ iye náà.
OSC.
màní wí màá tó máa wọlé gbé mà màmá mi ò tí ó yẹ ọwọ́ ẹ̀ o làhọ́ gbìmọ̀kú òlókùkù gbé ni màmá máa ń wẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bó pánà lọ́pàá ìṣẹ́gun ògbólógbà náà fúre kárí àtẹ̀sẹ̀lẹ́fà ìdọ́kẹ́ náà fún màgbére.
Anyway, what that is matter. Allow down Aurora. Only Magmacana. By Yamia allow down, by Yamia few ye, Nayari anima, Evanin Yabo Yafe. But there when I will lapa, Awe police. Boye, Yavia Uyo. Awe Ninabe or close level. Avia yo avia wana bo ye na ni wan nda wa dole yi awa me okari oba orewo awa we iwo na lowewo yiri no ya ye ogun ya wa no awa dole yi awa asupo upo ni na emi awa asorewe na terewe awa aswe awe oke oraro ewo na eteye ai enya ni ya fe iya nya ile aboto serewo iya mwese bogi je na o ha me roe usero ye ni kire ba we na miewe emi na ya fe go fi wori o so ro pa ma tuti e mo ma tutu saloba so pa ma reguge uwe owo saloba a reguge emi are orin mani maru e ro padele yo abi Nigeria o dele yo ra we bi ma no na Mayana dele yo ọtẹmẹ pastor
domosta ọwọ́ mọ alana gbé wa ibo e o ga be labu de o o yo pa mama eri nwa ni nda e government ni ma
ayo ya ne
o do he no ya nra o mo na labu na gbe adu de ne
ai bodo ma ri
ona labu de bo ayo ya ne government ma je na baba ma mi eri sogia o jaya jano ma o ma gwa awu ayo ja no
yes
so pa amara wi mala na bo ja abia ge government ge sogia wi ma awa agbo wa gbia awa mama gwa we na akwe gadu magbera akpori ne na wo ma na do mu yi ma bona te dre mo ke wa mu ni atobi a we pe ke na gwa lo ya na mo gwa mi we usanka me ora do gbo de natana nu da ugage wa be ge no ga ro be ge ni eso gi na ga re federal government at o ogete ebudo are awlagbada na ga re da de state ya ege na wona ya gbolo to to ba ni adobo ina re da de me na ya luigo 3000 no ma se ya de fuel 5 liter no ezagodo nekere arunda egie egan unda isogia oja ya janoma we onyine mani ma na ya segbe de ege sogia no baba eni ya igba no dado gwa ogwa eyegbe ogwa anyunyi mo so kwa aya mi na we omo rarira omo na doji omo na musaka me ayi mi no ta ore ya we no mi obi abu no ki owo na o so mo no
ke afi
owo no say ba
kept view
aba eni audio ligi yala ho ma mi o ya owo mo ala ni na bo ewude na gbe abo ewude o la wude o ki na iyo ja na o ja no ro ege sogia so pa je ya mi ma mo ja ni ara wo ma gba bo ewude egbe na we ligi ina ya suna o amuli no ro te wi mana usaka no ro te wi mana the democracy na o to agbe ya wa doge no gege na ya ni democracy na o pe arobogban ke ba paru ege be na o fi boye e bi o to we ade abi be de ne no ro na ana ka we bueno no ya na bueno ba ya si wa no ke my dead o awa again no ya go ani o ibo pare ara do kede do bi kede do la ni e jira
we se petrol
jere era mu fe e ma no rai na wa je na o wa mu go no so ya dole do na yi o wa mu ko mo de Nigeria o ga wa to le do na pa o du emu ko bia e wo na gwa lo ma mi e go ri se ga gbada egbe no to le bi gbe jora ana we me mani ade ni edo ki o kari oba o fie ni wa ya fie ana do akari oba e ba ni kolo lokman at corruption ona do ri ara we ki so giani no uda mama mi ala go da oropa no ro ke ni ade wo mana koko ayobo keke na e ga gbo magba le ni yara ma eni ya use mu diakere ona so hade to e le ne pize o ma se 5000 wa mu go kere mo bo emiliki ima ya mu da re ni o na wa bona kesko e ko re wa to miliki 10 kobo o wa mo bread o wa to yo wa nya no enwemila wa enwene obu yo rugbo emiliki ni ano ma no 1000 ba dokpa me na yo no de ni ya mi go ya desel emi na gbe kan ara si ma ani ari oba no ro na ma mo egbero ya wi obo no wa one ode na amu moto na ya igro wa e ma no mi moto mi ni o no amu hie e be bo ti frustration ologo ma na wo be do po emi na wo be ga logo asokito ero bo ga asokito government onye na roge o wa keka igo we ya ri card we agbe mo gbe we o pa ga ro be na asokito Sullivan no gbera igi se ra o mi o ga ri oba o me yi se ra onope oro we ba ti ni we oro wa gbe no o igbe na fo na we o ma no wota o ma ka mo ni go ri card o igbe na fo na o we 15000 e na ge gbe me e na ge e na mo we ka mi me we ke agbe no we di go be ri o le li mere me na be na o ga ri oba la se na ka ma me go ga ri oba me ye le ni oro ga 1 naira ayare carry the central hospital lọ́gà àrẹ ring road ma mẹ $105,000 you know di yọ bọ́nà àdúgbò bá yé ni ma mi ma yẹ school baba bẹ̀gẹ̀ náà gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́ sọ́jà ni aga ẹ̀dẹ́ ni ma ẹ̀gẹ́ gbẹ̀múdìá bẹ̀gẹ̀ sọ́jà ni gbẹ̀múdìá náà dùn aga amẹ́mi lálẹ́ lè dáadé school wẹ́ ìrìnyẹ̀mí níta lè ìrìnyẹ̀mí náà ọ̀rọ̀ àdìyọ bá èmọ́ náà lè sẹ̀ náà ọ̀rẹ́ yẹ bọ́ sọpẹ́ náà ẹ̀dẹ́ yé náà àdìbò wẹ̀ ránú lótọ́ ọba mi ọwọ́ yìí òkúlọ́mẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan ọ̀nù akìnyẹ́ yọ̀ ọ̀nù ọba àtọ́pẹ́
ìṣe ẹniwa ya ìwàdà yìí mà bàá wẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ nà yéna bàá fẹ́ wòrí ẹ̀ àbọ̀dá ẹ̀yà rẹ̀ ẹ̀yà nìyà ẹ̀ nìkéré mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ àzẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yàsùnú ẹ̀ mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwúranà rẹ̀ wò bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yà rẹ̀ mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ òkúpẹ̀ ní má lẹ̀ iye mẹ́gbó igbó ni bàálù ẹ̀ yí mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀hánà rẹ̀ wò ẹ̀ nìkéré mà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwé Nàìjíríà náà pa japa ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀sẹ̀ japa náà wíwẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n japa ẹ̀dọ́nyà ẹ̀rìn ní japa ẹ̀rùn dáadáa yé náà ọ̀tọ́gbè èyí rẹ̀ yà pa ìyá ni wọ́n pa màbẹ́ wọn oyibiri ọ̀wúlò yòdẹ́ ǹda Nàìjíríà lọ́látò àtòpà ní wúlòwúlò náà gbẹ́wà ìbí máa yà hí òwèrè rí afẹ́ òpópó wa ẹ̀yìn nà ẹ̀wò ní ìgbà ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà òbíyàn òbúwà ẹ̀ọ́yè báyà dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí ẹ̀ ìnára ọ̀hìn ẹ̀yẹ mùfà wà máa ẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ́yà sùn ẹ̀mí bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀dọ́yè nìyà gẹ́gà wẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ nẹ̀ nùpò nọ̀kí máa ẹ̀ níwò náà amúyòkò òun ọ́nì máa yé lónìyà ẹ̀yẹ nà ìpẹ́wẹ́fà yìí nà wà rẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ́ ìpẹ́yìn 7,000 5,000 ẹ̀yìn náà máa yé lọ ni sọpá gbé èyìn náà yí tẹ̀lé wọ̀ yé ẹ báyà wí ya ẹ àrè mẹ́wẹ́ wa sọ ta wẹ̀ aláwòdà àgọ́ àlọ́ aláwòdà náà àgọ́ àlọ́ náà ẹ̀ sì yíyé kè nígbà ní ayé náà wà ní ọ̀nà nọ̀ọ́mà ní ó sì ti gbogbo mọ̀ yín àìgbàlè rẹ̀ náà ní àná sí ẹ̀kọ́tọ̀ ẹ̀yìn Nàìjíríà yíyé òpó dègbé wẹ̀dọ̀wánà ẹ̀wò ẹ̀yà ẹ̀wò ilẹ̀ wà ilẹ̀ rí ẹ̀wọ̀ dòtàgbọ̀n ìmàlẹ̀ rí èrú yẹn àmì wà kégbé nílé ilẹ̀wẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yà àwọn àlẹ́ díẹ̀ dò ìyá àṣẹdó ìyá màá mi wà yà wọ̀nà màá mi wà yà gbogbo màá mi wà yà wọ̀ màá mú àyíyẹ̀ ma bọ́jú ẹ̀wẹ̀ dọ́nà òtó sẹ́wẹ̀wò yà ní ẹ̀ mà tútì náà ní yírọ̀ yà sẹ́ gbé gọ́vnọ̀ yà sẹ́ yàfẹ́ èyí náà yàfẹ́ èyí mà gbàlótọ́ yìí náà na ya do ugere 27 na eharo ogma na riri egbe wo be soja ima ehun se dere we ni ma ebo ewe na do boy mu lo tedo aye ke na we mu la ọmọ fa ọmọ okene ola ewo erewe kara ya ola wola we mi ya la ni ya awiyala ekene ya mwela ayameluwa ayamwele kene yanwe na onyo tani no na ya ni won te bizugbe ire bo wa de ye no ka
baba so bo no de ba ma ya na fi we de gare dagbe ma ya do te won pa owo karaha okoko iko yo ibu no bi ye ibu ere ma me ke ma yi na de wa gbe ma na awa gbe ne so bo na gologo ma mu ma gba ọwọ́ ni màá wé náà yóò bọ̀ ní mà yóò rí gbìmọ̀ náà sábàdà gìmọ̀ mi wé ni màá sí pàgbé nírẹ́ sí máa dìgẹ́ màá bẹ yára yóò bọ́ yẹ pẹ̀tì náà mọ̀ wọn àyùpọ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ni làápò ní ẹ̀ ó pẹ̀ ní lọ́kọ̀ ìwà ní múdà kẹfẹ́ náà ìyá àjò kọ̀ọ̀kan rárẹ̀ dàgbé yàn náà tẹ dividend náà kọ̀ọ̀kan náà rẹ̀ àyè gbé ní màá yára yẹ gbé ẹ̀gbọ́n ìmọ̀ àyìnà tó láwó lọ́kọ̀ sábàdà lọ́wọ́ wọn gẹ́sù ukó yìí mọ́rú bàbá yà ni a mẹ́ka kàbọ́dọ̀ mú pàmò wẹ̀rẹ̀ ìdóga yìí wẹ́ ìmọ̀ àtàwé di ọwọ́ di ọmọ pàdé ìṣẹ́zà ọ̀ ti mọ̀ ẹ́ mà sẹ́ sọpá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni orí ìgbẹ́gùn ẹ̀ orí ìyìn ìkàwé ni ọkẹ́ náà orí ọ̀pá ọwọ́ pàdé máa mú ẹ̀ ọmọ mú lẹ́kẹ̀tì yéye tó dọ́ni Gimalele, Bani Baogi Mana, House of Assembly, House of Senate, House of Representatives, the President, the Governor. Yahweh, Emmanuel Baogi, Wagba Muhaya, Emanagmo, Emanagmo in Yawulu, Mohammed, don't want to work. No man such a mugbo, no you boy winner. In my back or you there. I wish I'm a year. Imu, I would have to go your fine.
Magua can be there, Vinage, Uhi, Udome, or in a Adwe, Vegane, Ariaba, or Yukoyasa, and Ima Upe, a Haro of Manibura, Aluga, no get a bear, okay, you my to Tavia, or try to be Nigeria, near a few wood, near you could be where allowed our Haro. What is said no day? Mdaye ni gbera abi ye emo webe abi bugo yana ye ri bai ai stadium ya ri ya ai mi ropa we ya ye we go na ye na ni wa se Nigeria ri ige petrol wa mo ri ai se tin ki amode ai se tin yugbo ai se tin yogo e ni bu ya fe wa e ma mana tutie ari oba ya fe ma po mo saro ba ye de na no ni ma so e ma ni gbe mara no saro ba ge gbera ya ni ko ni re hospital ni kino no be lo wa ni gbe mara ni ka no ge gbera wa so ba ge gbera wa ya fe e ma na mu gibo ta de na yito ma ya ka uge na dona so ba de ba ma ya fe oba ato pe ise
RTV, certainly the best.
ẹ̀dúwà ọba àtọ́pọ̀ ẹ̀. ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dúwà ọba àtọ́pọ̀ ẹ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Engato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, well, just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's a need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also a need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as your lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And the horse stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape, and that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and call it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.